Mayor, we are ready when you are.
Thank you. I am calling this meeting to order. I want to mention the notice of option to recess into executive session. Notice is hereby given to the members of the City Council and to the general public that at this regular meeting, the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for legal advice and discussion with the city's attorneys on any item listed on the following agenda. City Clerk, can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Aslan.
Present.
Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember House.
Here.
Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here. Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy, would you lead us in the pledge?
I would. Would you please stand if you're able?
Vice Mayor Aslan, would you read our mission statement?
The mission of the City of Flagstaff Mayor is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. And Councilmember Sweet, would you read our land acknowledgement?
Would be my honor. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. I just want to say welcome, everyone, and I apologize for our tardy start, but here we go. Item number 4A, consideration and approval of previous minutes. Does any member of council have a question or a comment? You want to make a motion?
I will. Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve all of the minutes listed under item 4A as written.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Moving down to item number 5, public participation. Public participation enables the public to address the council about an item that is not on the agenda. Comments relating to items that are on the agenda will be taken at the time the item is discussed. If you wish to address the council at tonight's meeting, please complete a comment card and submit it to the recording clerk as soon as possible. Your name will be called when it's your turn to speak. You may address the council up to 3 times throughout the meeting, including comments made during public participation. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes per item, and you'll see that there's a clock up here to allow everyone the opportunity to speak. At the discretion of the chair, 10 or more persons present at the meeting and wishing to speak may appoint a representative who may have no more than 15 minutes to speak. All right. We have a couple of cards for public participation. First up, we have Heidi Hansen.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Heidi Hansen, Interim Deputy City Manager. I would like Richard and Linda to come join me. I know you have a long night ahead of you, but I couldn't let this moment go without introducing to you our new library director. But first, before I do that, I would like to thank Richard Tutwiler. He is our Deputy Library Director for City Services, and he has actually been in that interim role for quite some time, helping me out a great deal. And now we have Linda Tilson that will be our Library Director for City and County Services. I would like to tell you a little bit about Linda if you've forgotten from before. She served as Eagle Valley Library District Director in Colorado since May of 2013. Prior to this role, she was the Library Director for the Park City Library in Utah from 2001, and this was during the Olympics, so take her out for coffee sometime, ask her about it. Linda's career in libraries began when she started working as a part-time library assistant in the telephone reference department of the Phoenix Public Library, and she has held other positions at the Phoenix Public Library since then. She also taught delivery of library public service at Basic Community College, and she received her Master of Library Science from the University of Arizona. She also shared with me that she loves mountain towns, and her earliest memories are from the Keams Canyon, Arizona, on the Hopi Reservation, where her father worked when she was a small child. Linda has a daughter and granddaughters in Phoenix, so she is very excited about going and seeing them more often. And you have to also ask her about some obsessions that she shared. Besides libraries, she loves corgis and the nature photography. She started remote work with us a while back, and now she is definitely in person at the main library. So I hope when things get a little bit less crazy with the construction, and yes, that will be done soon, we hope. We are fixing the ADA ramp out there if anybody in the audience is wondering what's going on. But at any rate, I'd like to give a few seconds to Linda to talk with all of you.
I'm super excited to be here, and my special connection to Flagstaff, besides living on the Hopi Reservation as a child, is that I ran my first 10K here, and hopefully you can't see the date on this. Well, maybe it's okay. So there's probably no one here who even remembers this one, but that was my first 10K in 1979, and I don't know why I still have the t-shirt, but I dug it out especially for tonight.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Rose Tohi.
Yate. Today I greet you in kinship. Shadeja Becky, Shinat Ani Daggett, and the rest of my Shinat Ani relatives on the City Council and the staff. She Trachini no da Anshnido, Kilachini Bashichin, Ashkanzo, Dashinalda, Oshin Dashiche. My name is Rose Tohi. So, March is Women's History Month. As a Dena woman coming from a matrilineal society, it is important to acknowledge and appreciate the women in our lives, from our elders to the baby girl to be born today. I dressed in my traditional wear because I wanted to honor them, the women. As you are my captive audience, I want to share a prayer poem I was given many years ago, and it has always kept me grounded to the best I can be. A mom, a wife, a daughter, a sister, a relative, an advocate, an employee, in all my roles. As our medicine people pray to have a straight mind, strength and heart and spirit to keep walking the corn pollen path. So here it is. The elders say the women will lead the healing among the people. We need to especially pray for our women and ask Creator to bless them and give them strength. Inside them are the powers of love and strength given by the moon and sun, moon and earth. When everyone gives up, it is the women who sing the songs of strength and vision. She is the backbone of the people, the foundation of home. So to our women we say, sing your songs, pray for your special powers, keep our people strong. Be respectful, gentle, modest, while being the inner form of a mama bear. O Great One, Creator, bless our women. Make them strong today and always.
Tom Pearson.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to have to read this to squeeze it into 3 minutes, but it's Snowmageddon 2023. Let me suggest that we consider our Snowmageddon winter of 2023 as a canary in the coal mine experience that we should learn from and apply to carbon neutrality planning. Imagine that this is a winter sometime after 2030 and all our CNP goals have been achieved. Flagstaff has become a predominantly all-electric city. Most homes, businesses, and government buildings are now heated by heat pumps. Appliances and equipment are electric. Cars, buses, trucks, emergency vehicles are electric. And as a result, Flagstaff's electrical load has doubled or maybe tripled in its power because of these conversions. Meanwhile, the electric power grid serving Flagstaff has also changed dramatically. In response to the push for renewable energy, all coal-fired plants and many natural gas power plants have been shuttered. For Flagstaff, relying on renewables means primarily solar power. The problem with solar, of course, is that it is the least efficient in winter. Long nights, short days, overcast skies, and snow-covered panels all drastically reduce power production. All this happens when those long nights and cold temperatures have raised power demand to a maximum. This perfect storm of minimum energy available and maximum demand virtually guarantees brownouts, blackouts, and a collapse of the grid. Even worse, all electric homes and businesses have no backup. Flagstaff will be largely cold and dark for days or weeks, with all the human suffering that this entails. I'm sure we all remember from our Ecology 101 class that the ecosystem with the greatest diversity is the most survivable. Diverse species in a system ensure some will survive whatever the environmental extremes may be. This principle applies directly to the carbon neutrality plan. The plan's goal is to eliminate our current energy diversity and replace gasoline, natural gas, wood, and coal with electricity only. This single species ecosystem will make us highly vulnerable to catastrophe. Flagstaff must maintain its energy diversity for survival. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Dar.
Mayor and Council, Sarah Dar, your Housing Director. I'm joined by our Community Development Director, Dan Folk, and I'm here to share with you just a very short message that last week I had the opportunity to attend the Arizona Housing Coalition's annual conference, where I, on your behalf and on behalf of the citizens of Flagstaff, accepted an Innovations in Housing Award at the state level for our 10-year plan, the 10-year plan's public participation process, and the resulting document. As I mentioned, and when I had an opportunity to speak after accepting this is not my work. It was not the work of the members of the staff that joined me on stage, but rather the work of our community, all of the dedicated citizens on our Housing Commission and the numerous volunteers that took time from their own schedules to participate in the creation of the 10-year plan, and that also recognizing the work of the City Council in guiding the creation of that plan and adopting it last February. We were nominated by a local partner, Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona, for this recognition, and I was more than pleased to accept this on your behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Flackus.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm here as the president of the board of the Friends of the Rio de Flag. And we are a group that has long worked in the Rio. We promote stewardship and host many volunteer days and have worked a lot to clean the Rio, pick up trash, get rid of debris, and help with the flood conveyance of the Rio. But I'm here today specifically to talk about the draft supplemental environmental assessment for the project of the flood management on the Rio. And I just got the assessment 10 days ago, which was not nearly enough time to read a long, cumbersome document and understand it fully. So we're asking the city to do what it takes to ask for an extension. The Army Corps has set March 15th as the date that all comments and questions are due, and that is not enough time for our members to review the document and make and understand it, for one thing, and to know how the changes will affect us. Several of the changes look like they are significant and expensive. And so we're asking for two things from the city. And one is that the city do what they can do to get an extension for the comment period on this. And the second is to have a public community meeting so that we can all be informed about what these changes are. And it would be best if an Army Corps representative could be at that meeting. The last meeting we've had was over 4 years ago. And that is, changes have taken place, staff has changed, and our board has changed. So we would really like these two things, an extension and a committee-wide meeting on what these changes are. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Reschner. Hello.
Kate Reschner, right? Okay.
Did I get your last name wrong?
Yeah, no, Reschner, you got it right. My comments reflect...
Can you move the microphone down closer to your mouth?
Sure. This, how's that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. My comments reflect the concerns of all my neighbors regarding the snowplow operations on North Grandview Drive. The results of plowing operations is not a budgetary issue nor a manpower issue, but a performance issue. We have a man-made mess leaving our street in worse condition after being plowed, and it remains a mess 7 days after the snow event. The problem has been poor results of plowing, shown in photo exhibits 1 to 6, which your city clerk has, is due to a lack of performance standards or non-adherence to standards beyond 24 and 36-hour turnarounds. Are there standards for snowplow operators, such as berm distances from curbs, amount of snow distributed between opposite sides of the streets, berm heights in front of driveways, so that the public can manage expectations or measure adequacy of a result, and so that all residential streets have the same level of service? This problem, unaddressed, results in drastic variances between plowing outcomes on adjacent streets depending on the snow operator, creates inequities in service delivery. Currently, North Paradise residents are receiving a higher level of service. Additional problems, snow from Hillcrest is pulled down onto North Grandview, primarily affecting corner properties at Hillcrest and Drives. In prior years, snow on Hillcrest was captured in a snow island and removed by dump truck. Finally, the snow cat plows a single lane, leaving a berm totaling 21 feet extending into the street without any additional remediation. The responsiveness of city staff. Problem, no follow-through. My February 26th email was responded to on the 26th with, quote, "I will have one of our snow supervisors look into this as soon as they can." Result, 10 days have gone by and I'm still waiting to hear from some unknown supervisor when he can get around to it. There's no transparency and accountability. To which of the snowplow supervisors was the February 26th memo forwarded to look into, and when they can, become kicked down the road to be forgotten? Another problem, timely response leads to another email followed by another, resulting in staff now having to respond to half a dozen emails, creating increased workload. No meaningful response beyond "thank you for contacting us" without action is mere platitude guised as responsiveness. The result is that concerns raised go unaddressed at best, and at worst convey a total lack of respect and concern for public inquiries. There are 6 photo exhibits that have been provided to you. which show a comparison of North Grandview Drive with the adjacent street, North Paradise, highlighting the disparity between performance delivery and the current condition of North Paradise, which is a clean, dry, two-lane street, and North Grandview is a sloppy mess, which is still one lane as of this afternoon. Also, pictures show the snow berms and worst practices.
Thank you, Kate. Michelle James.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Michelle James. I'm the Executive Director of Friends of Flagstaff's Future. I, too, am here to speak about the Rio de Flag Flood Management Project Draft Supplemental Environmental Assessment. The deadline for public comment is March 15th, just a few days from now. F-Cubed is concerned that most people have not had sufficient time to review this complex document. We're asking you, as Council, to do what needs to be done to extend the public comment period. The document is 280 pages long with another 200 pages in appendices. It does not include an executive summary, so it's not possible to easily or clearly know what changes have been made to the project. It was received by most of us only last week. The City of Flagstaff is a partner with the Army Corps, and they must ensure that citizens have sufficient time to understand and respond to changes in the plan. And there seem to be several significant and potential costly changes to the project. For example, we were surprised and concerned to see that the new plan includes demolition and reconstruction of 3 bridges at Anderson Road, Beale Road, and Thorpe Road, proposals that have not been vetted by the public. We also see that the City of Flagstaff is responsible for the cost of these demolitions, yet there is no budget information included in the document. This is not the only example of proposed changes with potentially significant costs. We are here to ask you for 3 things. We have 3 requests. First, that the public comment period be extended by the Army Corps for at least 1 month. Second, that the Army Corps make public a revised budget for the project. Third, that the City of Flagstaff convene a community meeting to explain and answer questions related to the changes proposed in the document. The Rio de Flag Flood Management Project is one of the biggest infrastructure projects the city has ever undertaken. F-Cube fully supports a flood control project that will correct the harm done, particularly to Southside residents, by decisions made in the past. For these reasons, significant public input is essential. The last public meeting on the Rio, as you heard earlier, was nearly 4 years ago, June 20th, 2019. We ask that Council ensure that the public remains informed and involved in a meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you. Janine Kelly.
Hi, Janine. I'm French Canadian. Oh, on my mother's side. But I was born in Madison, Indiana. My grandpa Kelly was a farmer.
Hello.
Oh, don't start it till I get up there.
Nope, she hasn't started it.
Oh, I don't want to fall back on you. Safe Sidewalks, the sequel. Good afternoon to my fellow and female citizens of Flagstaff, and good afternoon to Vice Mayor Austin, Mayor Becky, members Lori, Cara, Jim, and Deb. Aren't you glad your mothers were pro-life? I am, because you're in a position to do good things for our community. You know, we can't create a safe, beloved community for our school children by ourselves. We need to create it together. So let's time travel back, take a field trip to elementary school, and imagine that you're in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd grade. What was your shoe size? How tall were you? And imagine that you had to negotiate this sidewalk on the way to D. Miguel Elementary. This side, Litzler and walk-up is especially treacherous. That's why I slipped, fell, rolled 11 feet into the street. The homeowner saw me. I was wearing a red jacket. He left me in the middle of the road, and I had to crawl to the curb. Even after my presentation 2 weeks ago, there's been no compliance. And in fact, this individual, this homeowner, has not shoveled the snow in November, December, January, or February. My expectation after speaking with you 2 weeks ago is that you would instruct the co-compliance manager to invite this man to be in compliance. I spoke with Reggie Eccleston last week because it hasn't happened, and I asked him if he cited him, and he said no, because there's been so much snow and he may need to work. But gosh, my husband worked a 9-hour day, and he sang 3 nights a week, and he shoveled, and I'm out there with my cane, and I'm shoveling. So I respectfully ask that you make this road safe for our school children that are hiking up there. And most people are kind, but not all, and they need a citation to awake their civic duty. We cannot create a beloved community by ourselves. We do need to create it together. So kindly follow through, and so that our school children can get to D. Miguel Elementary. And my neighbor, who is 86, a nurse, she walks her dog up Paris with a walker, and she needs to have safe sidewalks too. Thank you so much. It's lovely to see you again. And we also want Vice Mayor to be able to hike us on the urban trail. So we need to be in shape, and we can't be having an expensive knee injury that costs lots of money to fix. Thank you. It's lovely to see you again. And I'm going to dive to my seat.
Thank you.
And here are pictures you can look at. Are they allowed to look at them? And I wanted to give them to you all. I printed them out yesterday, so they're very current. Cost $350.
This,
Make sure the city clerk gets them. Okay, sure. Oh, okay. What a knight in shiny armor.
He was a Boy Scout.
all
Eagle
right.
Scout.
Next up, and I do apologize ahead of time if I mispronounce this, Mark Hoffwout? Can you?
It's Mark Howitt.
Howitt.
Howitt. Pleased to speak before you, Council. I've spoken before you many times in the past, but not this particular Council. Welcome to the new members. One of the reasons I haven't been able to be here is formally your meetings were at 4 p.m. and 6 p.m., 6 p.m. for public discussion items. And moving it to 3 p.m. has really made it difficult for those of us who work. I know personally a lot of people who wanted to be here tonight, they contacted me and said they couldn't make it because you guys meet at 3 p.m. People are still at their 9-to-5 jobs. At 3 o'clock, a lot of kids are just getting out of school and parents have to pick them up. So I request that maybe council would consider going back to the 4 and 6 schedule that you used to have. And it was really nice to meet you guys between the meetings between 4 and 6. I don't know if any of the members were here back then when you guys would wrap up at 4 o'clock, talk to people in the crowd, then go back to the public important items at 6 p.m. It's nice to be able to participate. A lot of more people that are here tonight that are not here wanted to participate. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we have 2 proclamations and a recognition.
Mayor, I'm very sorry to interrupt.
Yes?
I have Nicole Antonopoulos who wanted to offer a comment. She's on our Teams meeting, and it looks like we just got a public comment online as well.
All right.
Thank you.
So, Nicole and then our online commenter. Sorry, I missed that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. I am pleased to provide a brief update on the Four Corners Carbon Coalition. Some council members may recall this title. It is a coalition of cities and counties and the Four Corners, and I am very proud to say that the coalition has recently awarded $390,000 in funding to 4 projects that fight climate change by removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere through the production of concrete. The Four Corners Carbon Coalition is a partnership with Boulder County, Colorado, Flagstaff, Salt Lake City, and Santa Fe. And we have pooled resources to provide grants to accelerate carbon dioxide removal, also known as CDR, and hoping and helping businesses develop and deploy action. So as you may recall, carbon dioxide removal makes up 56% of our strategies for reaching carbon neutrality. The other 44% is made up of energy efficiency strategies, reducing vehicle miles traveled, materials management, and building electrification. Through a competitive application process, the coalition received nearly $800,000 in funding requests before selecting 4 organizations for grants. During the selection process, a panel of international experts in climate research, CDR technology, and concrete and construction materials reviewed the proposals. The panel evaluated local replicability, potential for scaling, carbon removal volume, and benefits to the workforce, health, and ecology. The Four Corners Coalition is a perfect example of how local governments are acting together to fight climate and the climate crisis. Pooling our resources can amplify innovation and create deployment of the integration of carbon removal and concrete. So CDR, just real quickly, describes the process that pulls carbon out of the atmosphere and locks it away in geological, biological, and synthetic formations for decades, centuries, or even millennia. CDR removal is necessary because carbon dioxide reduction alone will not address the climate crisis. So concrete production is responsible for more than 7% of the world's emission, and this is the second most consumed product globally after potable water. The concrete industry is highly distributed due to the nature of the project, so solutions that integrate CDR into concrete production have huge potential to scale and be replicable in local communities. And Mayor and Council, I am beyond excited to announce that the top awarded project is a partnership between Carbon Built and Blacklight. Blacklight is a facility in Flagstaff, and this collaboration.
Thank you, Nicole.
Oh, am I out of time? Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we have an online commenter.
Mayor and Council, I have Sabrina. Sabrina, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council. Sabrina, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and address Mayor and Council. Sabrina, are you able to unmute yourself?
Mayor, perhaps we can have Ms. Sabrina submit a written comment to the mayor and council. It looks like we're having some technical difficulties.
She can also, it will be a while, but if she wants to give it verbally, she can do public participation at the end as well.
That is correct.
All right. We are moving on to the proclamations and the recognition. So if I could have council join me down there in the middle. Do we want to have those accepting this proclamation come down and join us? Is Jane here? Hello. Janie. Apologies. Okay. And before I read this, this is in recognition of colorectal cancer month, and I asked council to share with me any names of loved ones that they had who passed because of this cancer. And so I would like to recognize grandfather J.D., grandfather John Eaton Sr., grandmother Anna, friend Donna, and on a personal note, a friend of mine who was diagnosed with stage 4 colorectal cancer before her 40th birthday after her doctor had dismissed it and said she wasn't old enough to get it. So I just put that out there for the public. Colorectal cancer is the third most common cancer diagnosed in the United States among both men and women. The American Cancer Society estimates that there will be 106,970 new cases of colon cancer and 46,050 new rectal cancer cases within the United States for 2023. The American Cancer Society estimates that 48.6% of new cases of colorectal cancer will be diagnosed and is the second leading cause of cancer death for the American Indian Alaskan Native population. The National Cancer Institute has developed a 7-year cancer moonshot initiative to address the concerns of cancer through a 21st Century Cures Act passed by Congress in December 2016. With this initiative, Native Americans for Community Action, NACA, and the University of Arizona's Cancer Center have come together to develop a statewide campaign to increase colorectal cancer education and screening in order to nurture healthy lifestyle behaviors among the AI/AN, but I want to go back and read that, American Indian Alaska Native population. The importance of early detection and cancer prevention strategies such as improved diet, increased physical activity, and the use of established screening tests could alleviate additional cancer morbidity and mortality for all. Now, therefore, I, Becky Daggett, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2023 to be Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month and commend its observance to all citizens. And if you'll step up. What are you doing in the back? Okay, Vice Mayor?
City Manager Greg Clifton and Larissa, come on down. I believe you're receiving this one. This is a proclamation from the Office of the Mayor acknowledging Employee Appreciation Day. Whereas the champions of Team Flagstaff would like to acknowledge all city employees for their hard work and dedication to making the city better, the mission of champions of Team Flagstaff is to enhance the culture and environment for City of Flagstaff employees through encouraging engagement, feedback, and communication within the organization. We would like to dedicate Employee Appreciation Day to Team Flagstaff and take time to appreciate our employees' hard work. Now, therefore, I, on behalf of Mayor Becky Daggett, Mayor of Flagstaff, do hereby proclaim March 3rd, 2023 as Employee Appreciation Day. Do you want a picture?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, I just wanted to accept this on behalf of all the employees for the City of Flagstaff, but I've been chairing the Champions of Team Flagstaff, and that is, like our Vice Mayor had indicated, our goal to foster an environment and culture of appreciation and recognition, as well as the other few things that we do. So thank you.
Thank you for the proclamation, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Just a few words, and they're all of great appreciation to our staff. We have over 900 full-time employees here at the city, and they are working hard for this community. And their work covers the gamut of all services being provided by Flagstaff, which is a full-service community. So a very heartfelt thank you and extension of great appreciation to our wonderful staff here at the city. Thank you.
All right, now we are going to recognize some Girl Scouts. So we'll have you come up one at a time as we read your name, and then if you could all stay here and we'll take a photo. And I've asked council members to read these because we have a lot of recognition. All right.
This is for Emily Blink. Can you come down? Well, we'll recognize you too. You deserve this just as much. The City of Flagstaff recognizes the dedication and perseverance needed to obtain the Gold Award from the Girl Scouts of America. The City of Flagstaff recognizes the outstanding leadership and community services provided by such scouts as yourself as you become an involved citizen. The City of Flagstaff recognizes and acknowledges your impressive contribution to bee houses and the importance bees play in our ecosystem, which you reflected through your project, Just Bee, Bee Houses and Programming about Native Bees. The City of Flagstaff commends Emily Blink for obtaining the Gold Award and recognizes her as a future leader.
Emily, thanks you.
Thank you.
And if you'll sit up here, we'll take a photo at the end.
And this award is for Emma Herning. And Emma, when you come down, please tell me if I pronounce your last name correctly. Great. All right. The City of Flagstaff recognizes the dedication and perseverance needed to obtain the Gold Award from the Girl Scouts of America. The City of Flagstaff recognizes the exceptional leadership and community services provided by such scouts as yourself as you become an involved citizen. The City of Flagstaff recognizes and acknowledges your immense contribution to anti-bullying through your project In This Together. The City of Flagstaff commends Emma Herning for obtaining the Gold Award and recognizes her as a future leader. Congratulations.
Samantha Swan, is she in the house? Come on down. The City of Flagstaff recognizes the dedication and perseverance needed to obtain the Silver Award from the Girl Scouts of America. The City of Flagstaff recognizes the notable leadership and community services provided by such scouts as yourself as you become an involved citizen. The City of Flagstaff recognizes and acknowledges your excellent contribution in the lives of the elementary school kids at Marshall School through your Buddy Bench education campaign. The City of Flagstaff commends Samantha Swan for obtaining the Silver Award and recognizing her as a future leader.
So this is particularly special for me to read this because my sorority is an international partner with Girl Scouts. So this is really special. Grace Copeland. Okay, all right, we'll read it. The City of Flagstaff recognizes the dedication and perseverance needed to obtain the Silver Award from the Girl Scouts of America. The City of Flagstaff recognizes the significant leadership and community services provided by such scouts as yourself. As you become an involved citizen, the City of Flagstaff recognizes and acknowledges your excellent contribution towards reading and your passion to encourage reading amongst people without them worrying about the cost of books. The City of Flagstaff commends Grace Copeland for obtaining the Silver Award and recognizes her as a future leader. Congratulations, Grace.
This recognition is for Peyton Van Hemert. Here she comes. The City of Flagstaff recognizes the dedication and perseverance needed to obtain the Silver Award from the Girl Scouts of America. The City of Flagstaff recognizes the excellent leadership and community services provided by such scouts as yourself, Peyton, as you become an involved citizen. The City of Flagstaff acknowledges your great contribution in uplifting others, which you embarked on in your project Positive Rock Garden at the Flagstaff Christian School. So the City of Flagstaff commends you, Peyton Van Hemert, for obtaining the Silver Award and recognizes you as a future leader.
Carmen Odegaard. The City of Flagstaff recognizes the dedication and perseverance needed to obtain the Silver Award from the Girl Scouts of America. The City of Flagstaff recognizes the remarkable leadership and community services provided by such scouts as yourself as you become an involved citizen. The City of Flagstaff is pleased with your great support to the Flagstaff Family Food Center. This is harder than it looks. And how your regular volunteering in the pantry organizing project has benefited the Flagstaff Family Food Center. The City of Flagstaff commends Carmen Odegaard for obtaining the Silver Award and recognizes her as a future leader. Congratulations. Next up, item number 7, council liaison reports. I'll start with the Vice Mayor.
I'm going to defer for this week. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Harris.
No reports at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews.
I'll defer at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
I would like to congratulate Kate Morley, who just this week started as the new executive director for the Metro Plan, which is the Flagstaff Metropolitan Planning Organization, which deals in transportation issues. We're very happy to have Kate. Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Councilmember House.
I'll just take a moment to once again thank the members of the Commission on Diversity Awareness for their support and assistance in presenting the Women's History Month proclamation last week. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're down to consent items. All matters under consent agenda are considered by the City Council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion. approving the recommendations listed on the agenda, unless otherwise indicated. Expenditures approved by council are budgeted items. Is there any council member who would like to pull any of these items? All right, do I have a motion?
Mayor, I'll move to accept the consent agenda items, or approve the consent items as presented. That's items A through C.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We are down to item number 10. What? Routine items. 9A, apologize. Consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2023-04, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff authorizing the exchange of property of substantially equal value with the Arizona Board of Regents, providing for delegation of authority, repeal of conflicting ordinances, and establishing an effective date. And the second is consideration and adoption of resolution number 2023-05, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff approving the First Amendment to an intergovernmental agreement with the Arizona Board of Regents related to consolidation of university campus and road projects. Your mic's not on.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Bryce Doty, Real Estate Manager. I don't have any further comments. This is the second read of the ordinance and resolution, but happy to address any questions you have. Thank you.
Council, any questions or comments? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we read ordinance 2023-04 by title only for the final time.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff authorizing the exchange of property of substantially equal value with the Arizona Board of Regents, providing for delegation of authority, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I move to adopt ordinance 2023-04.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? City Clerk?
Mayor, the next item would be to read the resolution.
Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. Can I get a motion on reading resolution 2023-05?
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving the First Amendment to the intergovernmental agreement with the Arizona Board of Regents related to consolidation of university campus and road projects.
Thank you.
I move to adopt resolution 2023-05.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now we are down to item number 10 of the regular agenda. And staff has asked that we switch A and B, have B go first. Is staff ready?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Katie Brandis. I'm the Emergency Communications Manager with the Flagstaff Police Department. I'm here to ask you today to approve the renewal for the 5-year intergovernmental agreement that will allow us to continue to provide dispatch services for Highlands Fire District. We've been providing dispatch services to Highlands Fire since 2007. Dispatching for them allows us to provide faster fire and medical services to our community because we have direct radio communication with them. They are also part of the greater Flagstaff Regional Fire Response with Flagstaff Fire and Summit Fire. Being able to dispatch all three agencies on one channel in a big incident saves time and allows all agencies to communicate more effectively. If the IGA is approved, Highlands Fire will be billed based upon the number of calls they receive annually. They average about 850 calls per year, which is a cost recovery of approximately $30,000 returning to the city. So that's all I have for that. If you have any questions, I'll take them.
Council, any questions? Thank you. Can I get a motion?
Mayor, I move to read resolution number 2023-10 by title only.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. City Clerk, please read the resolution.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Highlands Fire District and the City of Flagstaff for dispatch services.
Thank you.
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution number 2023-10.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries. Okay, so now we are having item 10A, C, D, and E, and F. Well, I don't know which ones. Give us a presentation on the yes, our alphabetically listed items.
It's the police department show tonight, sorry.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Allison Hughes, and I am the Support Services Manager for the Flagstaff Police Department. The Police Department would like to request the consideration and approval of the IJs between the City of Flagstaff, Coconino County Sheriff's Office, and the Coconino County Jail District for the following co-location services: dispatch, warrants, maintenance, custodial, records management, and information technology. The Law Enforcement Administrative Facility was completed in 2000, where the Coconino County Sheriff's Office, Coconino County Jail District, and the Flagstaff Police Department began co-location in the new building at 911 East Sawmill. At this time, intergovernmental agreements were executed to provide details of the shared services. Flagstaff Police Department provided dispatch services, record services, and the Sheriff's Office provided informational technology services, maintenance and custodial services, and warrant services. These IGAs were in place until now. Since these agreements have been in place, technology and services have evolved. All agencies have negotiated current services. IGAs have been approved by jail district directors and the Board of Supervisors, and we're requesting the Flagstaff City Council to approve the agreements.
So you've already met me, Katie Brandis. So the police department is the primary public safety answering point for the southern part of Coconino County. We have provided dispatch services to the Coconino County Sheriff's Office since the Law Enforcement and Administrative Facility was completed in 2000. Having a co-located dispatch center ensures that customers receive assistance they need without having to be transferred multiple times to different agencies. This saves time in life-threatening emergencies. It also allows all law enforcement and fire departments to be able to communicate quickly and effectively. With this agreement, the Flagstaff Police Department will continue to provide dispatch services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to the Sheriff's Department. And billing to the Coconino County Sheriff's Department for dispatch services is based on the number of calls we dispatch.
The Coconino County Sheriff's Office, CCSO, enter all arrest warrants delivered to the county by the city into the Sheriff's Office computer system and the Arizona Criminal Justice Information System within 14 days after receipt. The county will maintain alphabetical files of original arrest warrants and provide timely responses to inquiries with regard to those documents. County maintains the copies of correspondence, court orders, and other court documents related to outstanding arrest warrants until those arrest warrants are removed from the county and CJIS computer systems. County will make all necessary contacts and arrangement for the extradition of persons arrested outside of the state of Arizona pursuant to an arrest warrant for their return to Coconino County, including obtaining a governor's warrant if necessary. Percentages are based on number of warrants for each agency, approximately 60% FPD and 40% to county. Maintenance and custodial, the Flagstaff Police Department, Coconino County Sheriff's Office, and the Coconino County Detention Facility are co-located at the Law Enforcement Administrative Facility, also known as the LEAF. All parties require custodial services, maintenance, utilities, landscaping, and parking lots. Through this agreement, the Coconino County Sheriff's Office will provide maintenance and custodial services to the Flagstaff Police Department and a portion of the Coconino County Jail. Cost share percentages are based on both building square footage and number of parking spaces allotted to each agency. And then there's a picture of our beautiful new fully electric vehicle. The Records Department provides, the Flagstaff Police Department Records section provides support for law enforcement personnel, manages law enforcement records, files, and reports, and provides limited public access to law enforcement records. They also provide storage, retrieval, and disposition of certain records under the management of the Sheriff's Office and Jail District. Cost share percentages are based on the total number of records in our shared records management system.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm CJ Perry, your IT Director. We're also making a couple changes to the IT portion of the IGA, where previously we paid for a county to support the IT services for all agencies, including the city, the county, and NAU. We are now kind of switching that IGA so we can more directly support our own officers. So my department will be supporting the police officers of the city, county will be supporting their own officers, and NAU will be able to support their staff as well. However, we still will operate in a shared environment where we can share data across all three organizations to better support our community.
Thank you for consideration. We'll take any questions you have.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? And just as a reminder, this presentation applies to A, C, D, E, F. All right, seeing no questions, there's no public comment on this item. I will entertain a motion.
I move to read resolution number 2023-08 by title only.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County and the City of Flagstaff for provision of dispatch services by the City of Flagstaff.
Thank you.
I move to adopt resolution number 2023-08.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to 10C. Can I get a motion?
Mayor, I move to read resolution number 2023-07 by title only.
You got it. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County and the City of Flagstaff for provision of warrant services by the Coconino County Sheriff's Department to the City of Flagstaff Police Department.
Thank you.
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution number 2023-07.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, down to item number 10. D, number, letter. Do you I have a motion?
Mayor, I move to read resolution number 2023-09 by title only.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Mayor, could we get a second and vote on that,
Oh,
please?
yes, we can. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County and the City of Flagstaff for maintenance and custodial services by the Coconino County Sheriff's Department to the City of Flagstaff Police Department.
Thank you.
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution number 2023-09.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to item E. Does this side want to make any motions? Yeah, we're on E.
Mayor, I will move to, I forgot how we say it, to
Read resolution.
Resolution number 2023-06 by title only.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County, the Coconino County Jail District, and the City of Flagstaff for provision of records management, filing, and reporting services by the City of Flagstaff.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to adopt?
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution number 2023-06.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second.
Now they're fighting for it. Thank you for the Vice Mayor for the second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. We're down to F.
I guess it's my turn. I'll move to read resolution number 2023-11 by title only.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Mayor, I second.
Thank you. City Clerk? Oh! Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes, that motion carries. City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County, Arizona Board of Regents for and on behalf of Northern Arizona University and the City of Flagstaff for provision of IT technology services by the City of Flagstaff.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adopt?
I move to adopt resolution number 2023-11.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. That's it for you all. Thank you. All right. It is 4:21, and we are moving down to item number G. As directed by the City Council, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2023-12, a resolution declaring City Council's opposition to the United States Supreme Court decision in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, opposing Arizona Revised Statutes 36-2321 through 2326, and other provisions of Arizona law criminalizing abortion and supporting the constitutional rights of pregnant persons, including the access to reproductive health care and abortions. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sterling Solomon, your City Attorney. The resolution under this agenda item is not at the recommendation of City staff. It's not before you at the recommendation of my office. A majority of City Council directed the resolution be placed on the agenda, similar to resolutions adopted by Tucson and Phoenix councils. To be clear, it does not create a sanctuary city or local law, but makes a statement by City Council. In August of 2022, a petition was received from citizens requesting that the City Council, quote, Discuss protecting Flagstaff residents from possible arrest and prosecution for providing, accessing, or assisting with abortion services, unquote. Not long after, a council member made a future agenda item request for this council to consider a potential resolution on the matter of abortion in light of the U.S. Supreme Court case known as Dobbs versus Jackson, which overturned Roe v. Wade, and also in light of state legislation related to abortion. Here in Arizona, the cities of Tucson and Phoenix, as previously stated, adopted resolutions expressing opposition to Dobbs and commenting on state legislation related to abortion. Flagstaff City Council has that same option and also has the option not to adopt a resolution. As we were reminded during COVID, the state of Arizona regulates the health industry in Arizona, not cities. Thus, if adopted, the resolution again would not create a law, but would make a statement only. Again, it's on the agenda at not at the recommendation of city staff or my office, but at the request of a majority of council. With that, I'll turn the time back to you, Mayor.
Are we allowed to speak, Mayor, respectively, Becky? Okay.
If you follow if you fill out a comment card, yes.
Need another card?
Yes.
I already spoke once. Am I disqualified?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. You can speak up to 3 times. Okay, so as we come into this item, thank you, City Attorney, for the clarification. We've received a number of emails that indicate that people haven't read the resolution. So I would just like to remind us that we are here discussing the resolution and whether City Council will vote to adopt it or no. And also, I would ask that we're all very passionate from whatever perspective you're coming at this from. We're all very passionate. And I would ask that we double our efforts to be respectful to each other. We're a community, and we owe each other, I believe, that the respect of listening to each other's perspectives. I would also ask, because we have so many comment cards, and it's a passionate topic we're talking about, that we refrain from clapping or booing or indicating whether you agree with the speaker, because as you saw from in the beginning under public comment, if we do that, we will be here all night with applause and boos. So, thank you. I'm looking forward to hearing each of you, and we will get started. All right. Marie Sather, and after Marie is Bitson McIntosh. I'm sorry? Bryson McIntosh. Oh, yes, yes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am opposed to this adoption of this resolution, and I'd like to present the voice of the unheard, that of the life within the womb of the mother. We do know there's a lot of hardship when a woman becomes pregnant, and actually we do have a wonderful pregnancy care center in town. I've been involved with that and other ones in California where I've lived. I've listened to those that have called in distress who have been pregnant, even from boyfriends as well. I am a mom. I carried my child to term. So I do know of the circumstances and hardships that come with pregnancy. And I just would like to, I guess, remind too of our mission and that is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all. And I do consider that life within the womb as life that we do need to care for as well. That is our future of our city as well. Without that life growing, it will not become a productive citizen of Flagstaff. So that is what I would like to share today, and I thank you for hearing me and appreciate your time.
Thank you. All right, we have Bryson, and we are going to allow a couple of extra minutes for Bryson.
Thank you, council members, for allowing me to speak tonight and allowing
Oh,
Sorry,
excuse
I'm
me.
so sorry. Madam Mayor, if we could just clarify that that's due to a reading concern, and so we want to make sure Bryson has time with that.
Yes.
And it's under the rules of procedure that is allowed. The chair can make that
Yes, thank you.
exception. Thank you.
Thank you, council members, for allowing me to speak tonight and allowing accommodations for me. When you decide regarding resolution number 2023-12, I ask that you consider the speaker's opinions here today. Also, resolution number 2023-12 will impact all of Arizona, not just Flagstaff. According to the Pew Research Center, 67% of Arizonans are Christians, and the other 33% are non-Christians. That is 2/3 of Arizonans. What does the Bible say about abortion? Simply put, abortion is murder. It is the killing of a human being created in the image of God. Exodus 20:13 says, "You shall not murder." Leviticus 24:17 says, "Whoever takes a human life shall surely be put to death." Genesis 9:5-6 says, "And for your lifeblood I will require a reckoning from every beast, I will require it, and from man, from his fellow man, I will require a reckoning for the life of man. Whoever sheds the blood of man by man, shall his blood be shed, for God made man in his own image." Exodus 21:22-25 says, "When men strive together and hit a pregnant woman, so that her children come out, but there is no harm, the one who hit her shall surely be fined, as the woman's husband shall impose on him, and shall pay as the judges determine. But is there no harm, then he shall pay life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, stripe for stripe." Proverbs 24:11-12 says, "Rescue those who are being taken away to death, hold those back who are stumbling to the slaughter. If you say, 'Behold, we did not know this,' does not know who he weighs the heart perceive it? Does not he who keeps watch over your soul know it? And he will not repay man according to his work." Job 10:8-12 says, "Your hands fashioned me and made me altogether. And would you destroy me? Remember now that you made me as clay, and you would turn me into dust again. Did you not pour me out like milk and curdle the cheese? Clothe me with skin and flesh, and knit me together with bones and sinews. You have granted me life and loving kindness. Your care has preserved my spirit." Amos 1:13 says, "Thus the Lord, for 3 transgressions of the sons of Ammon, and 4 I will not revoke its punishment, because they ripped out the pregnant woman of Gilead in order to enlarge their borders." And Deuteronomy 30:19 says, "I call heaven and earth to witness again you today. I have set before you life and death, blessing and curse. Therefore choose life, that you and your offspring may live." Had your mother chosen abortion, you wouldn't be here today. Also, Councilmember Aslan, aren't you a Catholic? If so, why are you strongly supporting abortion, as in Catholicism, abortion is also bad? Consider these things. I ask that you oppose resolution number 2023-12.
Thank you. Derek Williams, and then after that is Sandra Redding.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. My name is Derek Williams. I'm a social worker. I am a youth pastor, and I'm adoptive father of 6. And I do oppose this resolution for the following reasons. Number 1, preborn child is alive. Even at 12 weeks gestation, preborn baby has a heartbeat, brain waves, 10 fingers, 10 toes, unique fingerprints, and a unique DNA. Abortion, on the other hand, stops a beating heartbeat. Number 2, adoption is a beautiful option. It is a choice that every abortion-minded woman has. As a social worker for 15 years, I have helped many, many families adopt. As a matter of fact, before Roe v. Wade was reversed, there were 1 million abortions and 1 million families waiting to adopt. That is the answer right there. Number 3 is women can raise a child in the face of adversity. How do I know? Because I was a result of a crisis pregnancy. My mom was 18 years old when she got pregnant with me. She chose to have me at 19. The reason she did is because she had support. There's support in this community. There's support in the faith community to help any woman that has a crisis pregnancy. Third, abortion is violent to the child. I sent all of the council members a link from abortionprocedures.com, and it shows exactly what happens during an abortion. It tears, crushes, burns, suffocates the body of a precious preborn baby. Yes, we do care for abortion-minded women. We also care for those who cannot speak for themselves. Finally, in the words of King David, "You created my inmost being. You knit me together in my mother's womb. Your eyes saw my unformed body, and all the days ordained for me were written in your book before one of them came to be." Life is precious. Thank you.
Thank you. Please refrain from outward expressions of support or opposition. Sandra Redding, and then we have Sarah Tews and Roseanne Tarr.
Thank you for listening to me. My name is Sandra Redding, and there has never been a time when I was anything but pro-life. I am the oldest of 4 children. I have 8 children myself with my husband of 46 years. I have always, if not consciously, known that I wanted to have a family. When I met my husband-to-be in junior year of high school, at some point I made a conscious decision that I loved him and I wanted him to be my partner in this family. We were married while he was in the Army. We spent 20 years in the Army, moving frequently, as is the life. Our first child was born in Germany, and after a good night's sleep, I said to myself, I am where I want to be, where I was born to be. I could do this again tomorrow. I don't remember ever saying it out loud. When I found I was pregnant for the 4th time in 4 years, I prayed, not my will, but thine be done. Over and over every day, as I did for each pregnancy thereafter. I loved each and every one of them. With a family of 10, things get expensive, even when buying by the dozen. I had a few jobs, starting with the youngest, when my youngest was 3 years old. I was working in a lab, and specimen would be sent for identification. The pathologist would make the slides, and I would put these in the specimen into a capsule for processing overnight. The lab tech told me some of these specimens were products of products of conception, abortion. The pathologist would identify them, and I would send back a report to the doctor. One of these, I picked up a piece of tissue, put it into the capsule. I went back for some more tissue, and there on top was a tiny leg. It was less than 1.5 inches long and about as big around as a matchstick. It had flesh and bone. It had a tiny foot, an ankle, and it was bent at the knee. I nearly passed out. I got the pathologist, and I showed him, and I said, I won't do this anymore. And after that, that doctor left town. The leg was once a whole child with a beating heart and a soul created by God. It could have been my grandchild or yours. It was sucked out of its gentle, nurturing environment violently enough to rip its leg off and be brought into this world in several pieces. The Supreme Court and the wisest doctors cannot come to a decision. When does life begin?
Thank you, Sandra.
I oppose this.
Sarah Tews, Roseanne Tarr, and then former State Representative Bob Thorpe.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council for listening to me. My name is Sarah. I'm a lifetime Flagstaff resident and a registered nurse and a mom. I believe that it's crucial to our society to protect the lives of the youngest among us. Life clearly begins at conception and proceeds rapidly. It would be absurd to say that the life is not human until some arbitrary point during pregnancy. This council seems to be concerned with preserving the right of individuals to make their own healthcare decisions, and I couldn't agree more. However, in the case of pregnancy, another person is existing and physically present within the mother's body. This tiny person is unique, unrepeatable, and fully human. Being a parent is life-changing and full of challenges. Being pregnant is not easy. I understand that women can be overwhelmed with the challenges of finding out they're pregnant, especially if they aren't in good relationships or have support. The objective fact remains, however, that once pregnant, there exists a new person. And abortion does not stop a person from coming into existence. It purposely and intentionally ends the life of that person, violating the most basic right any of us have, the right to life, the right not to not be killed. I don't stand up here alone. Within my womb is a new person, 13 weeks old. I don't yet know if my child is a son or a daughter. I know that my child is the size of a lemon, according to my online resources. All his or her organs are developed, and as was stated before, she or he even has her own fingerprints, little tiny nails already. I know this child is active because I've been feeling the jumps and tumbles for weeks already. I've listened to the fast, steady heartbeat. This child is real, human, and very alive, and very distinct from me. This child is totally dependent on me. I think we should focus all of our energy and resources on helping women bear and care for their babies, even helping them with the adoption process if that's the best choice. Abortion is not a valid choice in my mind because it ends the life of a unique, defenseless human being. This is my 5th pregnancy. I have 2 children that died early in pregnancy due to miscarriage. Even though they were only about 7 weeks when they died, earlier than many abortions, I held their little bodies in my hand and grieved their lives. They were unmistakably real and human. Each human being is unique and unrepeatable. Each life is valuable. It is not easy to accommodate and care for these little ones sometimes, but it's so important. And ultimately, women are honored and cared for when we help them care for their children. Please do not adopt this resolution. Please courageously consider advocating for unborn children.
Thank you, Sarah. Roseanne Tarr.
Thank you for having me. I was involved in a pregnancy help center as either a volunteer or a paid staff for over 40 years. And I would like first off to clarify a mistake from the last meeting. The removal of an ectopic pregnancy is not considered an abortion. Not even the Catholic Church considers that. The intent of the removal is not to kill the baby. And so that there's no confusion, a DNC procedure on a woman who's had a miscarriage is also not considered an abortion. I don't understand why you want to promote the death of the unborn child and not help the mom. How often have you sat with a woman as she cried over a past abortion and a life lost? I have quite a few times. It's not fun. Have you ever been asked, why wouldn't anyone help me? If just one person had helped me, I would have had my baby. I've been asked that. How many times have you offered to go through labor and delivery with a woman who doesn't have anyone to help her? And then they go with them as they either keep their baby or place it for adoption. I've done both. Now, if you've done that, any of this, I commend you for it, okay? Many women will feel, right after abortion, a sense of relief, like a friend of mine did. She said on Monday she was pregnant, on Friday she wasn't, no big deal. Didn't think any more of it. But then about a year later, she got married. And she got pregnant again, and she had a little boy. She said, I walked down to the nursery to see the baby, and then it hit her. And she said, oh my God, that was a baby I killed. Those are her words, not mine. The effects of abortion can last a lifetime. Women can grieve over their babies when they're 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 years old. And what about the father? The father that wants to accept the responsibility of his actions. He has no rights. I've sat with them as they cried also. Let me close with saying, all of our lives began as a single fertilized ovum. That's a scientific fact. Your moms let you live. So I'm asking you to please reach out in love, help the pregnant woman, and not just offer abortion. Thank you.
Thank you. Former State Representative Bob Thorpe.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I am former State Representative Bob Thorpe. I would like to address some of the legal issues and history surrounding Roe v. Wade. Article 1, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution states that all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States. However, in 1973, the Supreme Court superseded congressional authority when it created a law. The court violated our constitutional separation of powers when it legalized abortion in the Roe v. Wade ruling. For the next 49 years, Congress and our presidents had the opportunity to pass an actual law concerning abortion, but they did not. The 10th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution states that the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. Our current Supreme Court upheld the 10th Amendment by returning abortion regulation to the states. They corrected the court's earlier overreach. For over 50 years, abortion has been a polarizing, divisive topic. Council is a representative form of government. You represent all Flagstaff citizens. However, your resolution today demonstrates your lack of respect for those Arizonans who believe that an abortion ends the life of a human, who, just like everyone in this building, have equal rights and protection under our laws. I encourage Council not to pass this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Janet Wessels, Michelle Barong.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your time. I am making mine very short because those who've gone before me are a lot more eloquent than I. I strongly oppose this resolution. Abortion is a very emotionally charged issue, as you've heard, with people who fall on both sides of the issue feeling that they are in the right. I'm familiar with arguments on both sides of the issue. While an unplanned pregnancy will definitely impact the life of the pregnant woman, an abortion ends the life of the baby who has no choice or voice. This resolution, I believe, is an overreach of City Council powers and does not represent the views of Flagstaff's pro-life citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, and after Michelle, Emma Long, and then John Scheibe.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Honorable City Council members. My name is Michelle Barong, and I'd like to bring you a perspective. I have three different perspectives, I think, that have been presented today. First, a general perspective, and then one from a legal perspective, and also a personal one. First of all, a little bit of background. I'm a former public defender. I served the public for 15 years and am retired from public service. And when I became a public defender, I had to stand up and take an oath. And that part of that oath was to uphold the federal, state, and local law. And I took that oath very seriously. And I would like to respectfully remind the council that I'm pretty sure each of you did that as well. So passing a resolution that contravenes existing state, federal law, it is my view that that puts you in direct violation of your oath to the people that put you in the seats that you currently sit in. The second thing I wanted to say from a legal perspective, I think it strains credibility to say that at 1 second, the second before birth of a viable child, that is, to terminate that life is legal. 1 second later, after that child is born, and I'm just doing a hypothetical here to make a point, 1 second after, that same termination of life is considered murder, and it is punishable by life imprisonment. So as a lawyer, that strains credibility to me. Finally, from a personal standpoint, I had my first abortion when I was 22 years old. It was a late-term abortion, which was very controversial at that time. And they brought my son out in a bucket. His arms and legs torn apart from his body and a hole in his head. After that, I had 2 more abortions. It's very easy to have an abortion. It's very quick to have an abortion. And no one tells you when you have an abortion how much you're going to hate yourself for the rest of your life. So I've struggled. I'm now 61 years old. I still grieve those losses. And I think that putting any kind of government stamp of approval on something that makes abortion easier, it encourages multiple abortions and abortion as a form of birth control. I also know someone I'm personally acquainted with who had 17 abortions. They killed themselves on Mother's Day. So this is, in fact, a lifelong issue for those who have had abortions, and I urge the council strongly, please do not pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Please refrain from outward expressions of support or opposition, and I believe Councilmember McCarthy has a question.
I just want to clarify something. The speaker claimed that we were ignoring our oath of office. That's absolutely not true. This resolution does not change the law. It only suggests to the legislature that they change the law. That's just a matter of opinion. There's nothing wrong about that. You may not agree with that, and that's fine, but to imply that we're ignoring our oath of office is completely wrong.
Thank you, Councilmember. Emma Long, and then John Scheibe, and then Landon Scheibe.
Hi, sorry, I was out in the overflow seating. But my name is Emma Long. I'm a student at NAU. I'm currently a senior studying journalism, and thank you guys for hearing me. I just want to stand up here and say that as a young person, as a young woman, it's incredibly frustrating hearing things being thrown around about, personal experiences, things like that, because I just want to bring up that everybody's experience is going to be different. Nobody is going to be in the same position, and nobody wants to have an abortion. Nobody is going out intentionally getting pregnant in order to one day have their own abortion. That's not what's happening. It's an incredibly individual and difficult choice. And just like the person before me was talking about someone who ended up ending their life because of their abortion, I've known people who have wanted to end their lives because they're pregnant and they don't know what to do. And so I think as a young person who's up against the whole world right now, climate change, all these different political ideologies that are erupting, it seems, in my lifetime, I don't want to be forced to be a mother. I think that motherhood should be a blessing and something somebody should be incredibly excited about. And to force someone into motherhood or to force them through the trauma of birth is something that is life-altering in a way that could change someone forever and, in fact, end them as the person that they were before. So I just want to come up and say that, yes, it's an incredibly emotional issue, but I think that we have to refrain from bringing up all of these incredibly emotional stories of ripped apart babies and things like that, because at the end of the day, nobody is seeking out an abortion. Nobody wants an abortion. Abortion is something that's a final choice that somebody makes for the best of themselves and for their future child as well. Because nobody wants to be put into the foster care system. Nobody wants to be brought into a world where they're not going to be cared for. So I just want to come up and say that nobody's being forced to have an abortion. We just want the choice, and we just want to be able to choose when and how we're going to bring a child into this incredibly, incredibly difficult world. So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. John Scheibe.
Good afternoon. My name is John Scheibe. I'm
Scheibe.
a father to Scheibe, yes.
Sorry.
Father to 8 children, including 2 adopted sons who are here with me today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. To protect and enhance the quality of life for all. We heard this earlier today. It is the mission of the City of Flagstaff. I would like to examine Resolution 2023-12 in light of this mission. Regardless of what euphemisms you use, the fundamental truth is that abortion kills a unique, unrepeatable human being. This human child was the natural, healthy result of the procreative and unitive act of intercourse. According to your resolution, ending that child's life seconds before birth is okay. A few seconds and some inches of travel later, however, killing that child is murder, a heinous crime. Allowing a birth mom to end her pregnancy, while it might seem like a quick fix and be better for her quality of life, study after study and story after story show the terrible toll an abortion has on the birth mom and birth dad. Now back to Resolution 2023-12. It should be clear that the murder of an unborn child neither protects life nor enhances the quality of life for any of the affected parties. To better align with the mission of the City of Flagstaff, and frankly with human morality, I would propose the Council consider a resolution making Flagstaff a sanctuary city for adoption. This would serve to protect life as well as enhance the lives of the child, birth parents, and the adoptive parents. 2 great curses in society today are abortion and infertility, yet adoption can greatly reduce the impact of both. Baby gets to live in a loving home. Adoptive parents see their dream of raising a family fully fulfilled. Birth parents know they blessed a family rather than kill their child. Prenatal support for birth moms could be provided by city and volunteer resources. Just think, Flagstaff could be known as a place where family dreams come true, where birth parents have the wonderful memory of either deciding to parent or to place their child for adoption in a loving home. Kids, let's go to Flagstaff. That's where you were born. We love going back there. Rather than being killed in the womb, maybe the woman or man who will cure cancer or discover a super clean, sustainable energy option will say, in Flagstaff, I was given the gift of living. Their mission is to protect and enhance the life for all. I am living proof that they do. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Next up, we have Landon Scheibe. And after that, Marilyn Wiseman.
Good afternoon. My name is Landon Scheibe, and I am the adopted son of John and Amy Scheibe, and I am living proof of the pro-life industry. In essence, this resolution, and I think I speak for all adopted children when I say this, is saying you all think we should be dead. Our lives don't count for a thing. I don't have the right to live and breathe. The inalienable right to life of every human being is a constitutive element of a society and of our Constitution. The only reason you are sitting on this council right now is because your mom chose life for you and respected by civil society chose life for you. The inalienable rights of the person must be recognized and respected by civil society and the political authority, you. These human rights depend neither on single individuals nor by parents. They solely belong to the human nature and inherent in person of virtue of the created act from which the human being took its nature in origin, liberty and justice for all. Does that not include the unborn? The unborn are just as human as we are. They are growing. They possess unique human DNA and are offspring of human parents. The only difference between us and them is their size, level of development, environment, and their degree of dependency. I pray that God forbids you to make our city a pro-baby murder sanctuary city. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Wiseman and Stephanie McKenzie after that.
Actually, I think I just submitted a written statement, but I feel like I should say something. I'm 71 years old. I was around before Roe v. Wade was approved, and there were many women who died from illegal abortions. That the last 50 years, abortion has been legal, and women's choices have been there. Before, they didn't have choices, and somehow or other, because it's 50 years ago, we're forgetting the tragedies of women's lives 50 years ago. Women have had 50 years of this freedom. And I understand and I sympathize with people's religious perspectives about when life starts. I disagree with how they think about it. But I think the values that we have, the values that you have, that were reflected in the February 21st meeting that you spoke about, I don't think the comments tonight, even though there's so many of them, should really, I think you can be sympathetic and you can be respectful, but I think the things you said were very powerful last meeting that we had. And I just want to support you to, in spite of the numbers that are here today who are saying these things, to remember what it was like 50 years ago before. In addition, yes, we have the 15-week ban, but there's people, the same people here tonight would like to stop that. The same people here tonight might think that birth control is a form of abortion. I mean, women deserve to have the right to control their own bodies. They deserve to have babies when they want to and not when they're forced to because of an unwanted pregnancy. And I just hope that we're not going to take numbers of people that are here versus your values and what you believe. And I support you to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Stephanie McKenzie and then Gretchen Slover.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the leading cause of death in the United States and also in the entire world. Over 66 million have been murdered since Roe v. Wade alone, and this is the Holocaust of our current generation. The proposed resolution states that it is intended to protect the physical, psychological, and socioeconomic well-being of pregnant women. And it's true, women do need to be protected from mental health problems, addiction, abusive relationships, increased trauma, lower socioeconomic status, self-destructive behaviors, difficulties of single motherhood, autoimmune disorders, infertility, increased miscarriages, and even suicide. These are just some of the devastating aftershocks of abortion. They occur because we all have a conscience, and there's nothing humane or natural about forcefully dismembering and removing a live baby from the womb. Post-abortive women do not walk into solutions, but into trauma and destruction because the baby was never the problem in the first place. Millions of women like myself who have lived out these consequences and who would have been deterred by the law know that the problem in a society, the real problem, is a society that chooses to label babies as problems when they are actually gifts from God. A society that convinces women that murdering their children will empower them when it leads them into bondage. And a society that chooses to protect the well-being of criminals over the innocent when it robs the victims of justice. I am not a victim. I am a guilty murderer, set free from sin and redeemed only by the blood of Christ. There is freedom for abortion. I am accountable for my choice. But I certainly didn't have any friends on that day. True friends don't give us a noose or a razor blade when we're feeling overwhelmed and hopeless. And a society that claims to protect women shouldn't give them easy access to baby murder just because they don't want to face their situation. Those who did nothing while I walked my child in to be murdered, and the supporters of the legislation that made it easily accessible were actually my enemies. Just as if you support this resolution, you will be the enemies of the women and children affected by it. You will also be the friends of those who believe that dehumanizing and exterminating a group of human beings is acceptable as long as it's called health care. Referring to murder as healthcare is like referring to gas chambers as showers. Renaming it does not change the fact that human beings are being destroyed. Regardless of whether people regret destroying them, it won't change the truth that it is a Holocaust and it is wrong. It is not cultural philosophies, but our Creator who decides what is good and what is evil. What I did to my child was wicked in God's eyes, and showing partiality to murderers such as myself is an abomination to Him. So as your friend today, I plead for you to not be wise in your own eyes, to fear the Lord and turn away from evil. Turn to Jesus, the only sinless one who took upon himself the wrath that we deserve on the cross to wash our scarlet sins white as snow. Stand for justice for the children and for the physical, psychological, socioeconomic well-being of women by voting no on this resolution. To follow the Lord's command, to rescue those who are being taken away to death and hold back those who are stumbling to the slaughter.
Thank you, Stephanie. Gretchen, and then Brian Miller, and then Gary Howell.
Thank you, Mayor Daggett and council members. I'm Dr. Gretchen Slover. It's a sad day in Flagstaff history as you are focused on passing a pro-abortion city resolution which contains no mention of the rights of the millions of human beings who were robbed of their choice to live. The clause of abortion disproportionately sever the lives of blacks, natives, Hispanics, and other minority groups, resulting in legal eugenics. In honor of the lives which have been sacrificed at the altar of abortion, I offer them this time of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Gretchen. Brian Miller, Gary Howell, and Victoria Cook.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name's Brian Miller. I'm the grateful father of 2 and grandfather of 6. I would like for us to pray for the unborn and the babies that are in danger of abortion. And if you want to stand and pray with me. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. I have a quote from Mother Teresa. Any country that accepts abortion is not teaching its people to love, but to use any violence to get what they want. This is why the greatest destroyer of love is abortion. Please vote no on this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brian. Gary Howell, Victoria Cook, and Jackie Birkland.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Per your protocol, my name is Gary Howell. I live at 7850 East Old Walnut Canyon Road, Flagstaff, Arizona, and I'm a life resident of Flagstaff, Arizona. I would like to thank you for your service and your service to our city. And I appreciate at this time everyone's attention, please. As the mayor said, this isn't easy, but I've learned through my grandmother, who died at 102 years young, to stand up against wrong and play and stand up for right. I am against this resolution and even this meeting, as this is a waste of resources and time and money. Let us remember that the Pledge of Allegiance and our city mandate says for all. However, council member, I disagree with you. This is not for all. This is a political stance where somebody is posturing to divide us in ranks. Again, everybody's attention would be greatly appreciated.
I'm paying attention to you, sir. I'm paying attention to everybody.
Eye contact would be great. So basically, with you entering this topic, you are thrusting your chest and breeding ill relations within my community. I've lived here lifelong. I've raised my children. I've done business. I'm 69. I've been self-employed in this city, and I do not want you to destroy my community. Even with the given numbers of how many people have spoke here, I think it's evident that this should not even have been on the table. But I will close in peace and say, please do not approve this resolution and get back to city projects. That's housing, that's the police, fire, all our services, our roads, our snow removal. Let's get back to business. I do appreciate your time, and those that listened and looked, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Again, please do not outwardly show your opposition or your support. We want everyone to feel comfortable speaking here regardless of what their perspective is. All right, Victoria Cook, Jackie Birkland. And after that is Mark Howitt.
I feel like I came to my dentist office, pardon me.
Sometimes it feels like that for us too.
Well, since we already have access to abortion, I'm confused. The wording on the resolution is confusing. So the resolution only makes sense if we plan on pursuing up to birth. So may I ask, evidence-based medicine versus political-based medicine. So I'm asking questions. I'm coming up with, it only makes sense since we already have abortion laws. Aborting babies up until the month of birth is not health care. Evidence-based medicine says we have the best accurate health care in the world. I still feel like I'm at the dentist office. Please pardon me. Whew. I don't know where I was. Okay. We do have the best care in the world, especially acute care, the best health care for moms and babies. We can actually remove babies, the placenta intact, of course, operate on the mom, save her life, put the baby back, and 36 weeks later, healthy mom and baby. We have that. We can, women, along with their physicians, I want to say as a woman, with our physicians all over the globe, do make life and death health care choices when complications arise. We already have that. It's not the abortion clinics. I'm sorry. I do not have funding or time to present experts to relay evidence-based medicine. Even if we do know how, even if I knew experts, their careers would be compromised. There are political, well-funded agencies who can destroy these experts. We can actually relay. I can't bring them here and ask them to speak, but they can relay that abortions do have serious health implications. We can relay that those women do want to keep their babies. We can relay that being pregnant is not a disease, does not cause physical or mental harm. That is not true. It is not very nice of abortion industries to pretend to be evidence-based medicine, to donate an abundant amount of funding to NAU.
Thank you, Victoria. Jackie Birkland, Mark, and then Phil Goldblatt.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I'm against this resolution. By allowing this to happen here in Flagstaff, you're going to make this a sanctuary city for evil to have its way. Life is a gift from God, and the opposite of live is evil. Only God can create life, and He knows and loves each one of us. That's true also for the children growing in the womb. Flagstaff, I believe, is the most beautiful city in Arizona. The beauty is that God created Himself. Some say it's God's country. People come up here to see the beauty, to escape the chaos of the big city. It's a sanctuary to find rest and peace for many. And I believe that any blessings that we have left here in Flagstaff that God has given us will be jeopardized by this evil if we allow it in. I know you've heard of the word malignant. If you have a malignant cancer, that's real bad. By the dictionary, malignant means evil, very harmful, causing decay that will lead to death. This malignant cancer will be the wound that will infect Flagstaff, and all of us will be affected by it. We are fighting a battle with evil. Our struggle is not with flesh and blood, but the struggle is with the principalities and the powers of evil. And evil would love to see our city decay. I ask you not to vote on this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mark?
Hi, thank you, Council. Most of the views I agree with have already been expressed. I won't repeat that. But I do not like the fact that the Council is passing or wanting to pass a resolution that is really divisive in our community. It does not represent all of us in Flagstaff, as can be seen tonight. And if you do this, this is you. It's not all of Flagstaff. It might be half of Flagstaff. But that's not good. One of the people brought up about your oath of office. There is a problem in Section 6, and you can ask Sterling for advice legally on this, but you're calling on the Flagstaff Police Department not to enforce state law. How do you explain that? Don't pass this thing. It's divisive in our community. Whether you're pro-choice or pro-life, why divide the community? Why not just drop the topic stick to getting our streets plowed, getting our roads fixed, the thing that the council is supposed to be doing, what we elected you to do. None of us elected you to take stances on abortion. None of us, pro-choice or pro-life. That's not what the city council purview is. It's to do city stuff. Fix our roads, take care of our fire, our police, give proper raises to the people that are running our snowplows so we have experienced snowplow people. Come on, do the stuff we're supposed to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And just a clarification, the resolution does not direct the police to disobey the law.
It does in Section 6. It's there. Read it. Can you read it aloud, please?
Phil Goldblatt, Sandra Runkle, and Marie Dunn.
Dear Mayor Daggett and City Council members, I just want to preface my remarks by saying that I'm going to have more of a legal perspective and also to address certain specific items that are contained in your resolution as it's written. It certainly appears correct that if our City Council wishes to call on the Arizona State Legislature to repeal a law, in this case ARS Sections 36, 2321 through 2326, then they must first hold a referendum of all the residents of Flagstaff to see if a majority supports such a repeal. As you well know, City Council is supposed to represent all of the residents of Flagstaff, not just some who hold a particular political viewpoint. Because the state of Arizona passed a law, SB 1164, regarding limits to abortions based on the U.S. Supreme Court decision in Dobbs, and our state upheld the ruling in that decision, and that our state includes and represents all cities within its boundaries, Flagstaff City Council must uphold that law or join a lobbying group who will petition the state legislature to repeal or replace such law. Such lobbying cannot be done, though, on a citywide basis without first obtaining the consent of a majority of the residents, or of course it can be done as each of you as individuals. I firmly believe it is inappropriate for our City Council to direct our City Police Department to ignore any legally correct directive regarding the enforcement of Arizona state law. We are under their jurisdiction, not over it. It is also a violation of every police officer's oath to uphold all of the laws of the state of Arizona, to ask them to not cooperate with the state agency, in this case, the state or county police, in the enforcement of an Arizona state law. This resolution does nothing except foment controversy regarding whether Flagstaff will have the legal authority in the future to become a virtual sanctuary city for abortion in Arizona. As you well know, abortion is believed by many to be equivalent to the killing of innocent life if performed after 15 weeks of gestation. And that comes directly from the Mississippi law that the U.S. Supreme Court ruled on. Why would any council member wish to sanction such killings? To me, this is unconscionable and should be to all of you as well. So I strongly urge all council members to reject the passing of this resolution. Thank you for hearing me out, and I'd be glad to entertain any questions from council.
Thank you, Phil. Okay. And next we have Sandra Runkle, Marie Dunn, and Paul Richardson.
Hello. At the last council meeting and tonight, our wise city attorney presented the options that council had available to them when considering the proposed resolution. He advised you that you can either adopt a resolution similar to Phoenix and Tucson, or you could refrain from making an official statement. Unfortunately, you have decided that your opinion is so valuable and enlightened that it must become the voice for all of Flagstaff. It is clear to me that council had every intent to pass a resolution based on their personal opinions, with complete disregard for the values and beliefs of half of your constituents. Passing this highly divisive resolution accomplishes one thing: getting a gold star from Flagstaff Abortion Alliance, and nothing more. A city council resolution cannot supersede Arizona Law 36-2322 that allows for an abortion of an unborn human being not to exceed the gestational age of 15 weeks, and yet also allows for exceptions to the age of an unborn human in medical emergencies. A resolution does not further the health of children or families in our city, and it is a contradiction to the April 7th agenda item sponsored by Mayor Daggett to declare April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. The two do not go hand in hand. Instead of adopting a new resolution, I would recommend that council adopt, embrace, and live our city's established mission statement to protect and enhance the quality of life for all. And if I could add a caveat to that, to also, I would like to second John Sheeby's resolution that Flagstaff become nationwide known as a sanctuary city for adoption. Let's support our women. Let's support our families. Let's become unique and show the love that that I've known in this city for 45 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Marie Dunn.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I deeply respect what you do, and I appreciate your roles, and I hope that you seriously consider this proposition. And what my friend who just spoke now gave an excellent speech on it, and it would be a wonderful thing for Flagstaff to be a city of adoption. We've had this scourge on our nation for 50 years. We've aborted millions of children. I was in a situation where I was in an unplanned pregnancy. I was not given the attention, emotional support I needed from my family. I stuck it out because I knew God was not going to like that. And I went through the embarrassment of it. It did not affect my career. I got 2 degrees. Nothing was changed other than a year of putting everything on pause. Now, my daughter I gave birth to, she is now, she's a physician, MD out of Wake Forest Medical. Yes, these children are valued no matter what they do. They're a gift of life. We don't know what they're going to do or where they're going. She's served in medical missions in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Russia, and the streets of the children of Russia. Terrible situation. She and her husband are going back. She's given me 2 children. This is a very important resolution. You have a responsibility that none of us can carry out. This is a matter of, why isn't this not a civil rights issue? They are killing our males. They are killing our black babies. This is wrong statistically. They are highly cut out of life. Why? Because they're males? Because they're black? They put those organizations in poor cities. They target those babies. They target those males. We need God-fearing black males to lead the black community. The Hispanics, the churches, the prayers, the believers, we're the ones that overturned this in our state. It's an atrocious abomination. If God were to come here, and he sees this, I don't know why he puts up with this. This nation, I don't know why he puts up with this. But it's your responsibility to stop it. Please do not go forward with this resolution. These are human beings. And the way they can say that you no longer breathe, they put a knife to your neck.
Thank you, Marie.
You can't come out breathing for late-term abortions.
And next we have Paul Richardson, and then Tom Pearson, and Ann Ingram.
Yes, my name is Paul Richardson, and I live here in Flagstaff, and I'd like to go on record saying that I...
Can you speak a little bit closer
oh,
to the
yes.
microphone?
Can I get my time back?
She hasn't even started it yet.
She did. Okay, thank you. Paul Richardson, I'm here, a citizen of Flagstaff, and I thank you for allowing me to come and speak with you. Mayor, Becky, and council, you've shown a lot of graciousness. I don't know your motivations behind this resolution, but I want to come out on public record saying I am opposed to this resolution. I have so much to say, but little time to say it. But as I was coming down, when I found out the meeting today, I came down and I happened to be reading a book called In Pursuit of Excellence, and it actually has a couple of quotes by Everett Koop, our attorney surgeon, used to be the Surgeon General of the United States, and he made a statement, and then another statement was made by the First National Conference of Abortion in the fall of 1967 in Washington, D.C. I'm going to read both of these statements by both Everett Koop and the conference on the first abortion in the United States in 1967, and maybe it might tell us something. And I won't tell you which order I'm reading and which one I'm reading from, but you'll find it very interesting. Once there is a union of a sperm and egg and 23 chromosomes are each brought together, that one cell with 46 chromosomes has all the DNA, the whole genetic code, the will, if not interrupted, will make a human life just like you and me with the potential for God consciousness. Then they ask a question. Let me read this, the other one. Later, we find, this is the statement, another statement, we find no point in time between the union of the sperm and the egg and the birth of an infant at which point we cannot say it is a human being. So they kind of say the same thing, but they're coming from two different entities. One is from the First National Conference on Abortion, and the other one is from Everett Koop. They basically say the same thing, and it's what we've been saying here today, is life actually does begin at conception. And then, pausing there for a moment, when we make a statement as a city of Flagstaff, even though it's a non-binding statement, it has no effect in law, but it's a statement. Flagstaff, we're making a statement that we agree that life does not begin we don't regard life at the inception of life. And for us as a city to do that, I'm not in favor of that. I'm really not. I'm hoping the council will see that respectively. Please, would you consider what these men said and what the abortion industry said? They said the same thing. They both say the same thing. Please don't adopt the resolution. Thank you very much,
Thank
council.
you.
Yeah.
Tom Pearson, Ann Ingram, Elise Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for hearing me again. I can't possibly add to the eloquence of all of the previous speakers, so I'm not even going to make an attempt to do that. But I would like to point out two errors. One, in the resolution itself, makes the mistake of saying this phrase, supporting the constitutional rights of pregnant persons. It's not the city council's privy to determine what are constitutional rights. That's a job for the Supreme Court, and they did make that decision in Dobbs v. Jackson. They specifically said that abortion rights are not constitutional issues, they are legislative issues. So to make a statement here that contradicts decided law of the Supreme Court is just a gross error, and you shouldn't be entertained. The second point is that another grossly misused phrase is my body, my choice. And it has been alluded to by other speakers. I totally agree with that phrase, my body. What constitutes my body? Every cell in my body has one thing in common. It has exactly the same DNA, exactly the same DNA. That's my body. The embryo, the fetus, the baby, has completely different DNA from the mother. So when a pro-abortion person says, my body, my choice, I agree with that. But that embryo, fetus, baby is definitely not part of the mother's body. It is an independent, created being with all the rights and privileges of any human being. And you should not adopt this resolution that totally ignores that absolute biological fact that we all learn in the first biology class we ever took. Thank you.
Thank you. Anne, and then Elise.
I want to thank you all for your service to us and for taking all this time to listen to everyone. We all really appreciate your diligent efforts. Thank you. I believe every person deserves respect and has the right to their opinion. But if the City of Flagstaff chooses to endorse or force one opinion over another, when many disagree with that opinion, that's extremely divisive and pulls apart our community. I think you've seen by the show of people here that a vast majority, that a great deal of people in Flagstaff are opposed to having some kind of a resolution. Life is such a precious gift, and all human beings have a right to life. Human rights are inclusive. They belong to all human beings, not just some. A woman who is pregnant should be informed of all the options and help available to her with loving compassion as she considers the life of her unborn child and the tremendous support system that is available to all new mothers and their preborn or newborn children, as well as options like adoption, which has been repeatedly mentioned here. To prevent women from being made aware of these options and available help is terribly wrong and uncaring. It's so important to recognize there are differing opinions on this issue and not to take the side of only some in our community and not to just represent you because you're our representatives in Flagstaff. You represent all of us, not just your opinions. Please don't make a decision that could cause great division and not be agreed upon by the majority of the people in Flagstaff. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Elise, and then John Mark Dyer, and then Jay Smith.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to say that I have too served my country and served my community by joining the Marine Corps. I am a veteran, and the thought that this is even up for debate is ridiculous. So, most importantly, I will say that I am a follower of Yeshua HaMashiach. I believe in my body, my choice. I believe in the free will of human beings. I believe that whatever I want to do to or with my body, I have the right to do that. I have that free will given by Adonai himself. So many people here today are here to tell you what the Bible says. But I'm not here to do that. I'm here to tell you what science says. Because many people in this country, many people in this town will say, because it's science, it's healthcare, right? Well, what does science say? What is life? When does it begin? Well, according to the biology textbooks on the requirements to be considered alive, according to philosophy, according to astrobiology, on even the NASA website, life, to determine life, requires organization, the organized structure to perform a specific function. A cell is the most basic form of this. Reproduction, the ability to reproduce of its own kind. Metabolism, homeostasis, the ability to keep up the existence by regulating its internal environment to keep the constant favorable state. Hereditary, or DNA, or the passing of genes. Responsiveness to stimuli or to its environment. Growth, development, and adaptation. To put it simply, life is an entity with the ability to adapt to its environment. So does a fetus fit all those requirements? If you say yes, you are very correct. If you say no, I pose the question, where is the line drawn? Because women on birth control or past menopause, or even prepubescent girls cannot reproduce. Are they still human? Are they still alive? Diseases that cause people to never develop past a certain age plague so many people in this world. Are they still human? Are they still alive? People in comas cannot live on their own, neither can they respond to their environment. Are they still human? The elderly, those that can no longer care for themselves, are they still human? All these are examples on whether they are alive or not. Let's call abortion exactly what it is. It is murder and a sacrifice to Moloch.
Thank you. John Mark Dyer, Jay Smith, and then Kate Smith.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Just thank you for serving. I'm not a public speaker, so I'm going to read what I wrote up earlier today. I was born in Flagstaff. I grew up out in Cheshire. We moved to Doney Park, and I went to Coconino High School. My first house was in Sunnyside, and I now live over in Mobile Haven by the mall. I have a wife and 4 kids that mean the world to me, and I work for a local electric motor company designing high-efficiency electric motors. Today, I'm here as an advocate for women's rights over their own bodies. The women that I speak for are not able to stand here and defend those rights because they have only existed for between 15 and 40 weeks. They can't talk yet, but their hearts beat. They have brains, eyes, ears, arms, legs, fingers, and toes. And I, in the words of Solomon, do not know the way in which a spirit comes to the bones in the womb. But when I look at a 15-week-old fetus, I am compelled to believe that they possess a human spirit and that their life must be protected, even if terminating it could improve the mother's physical, psychological, or socioeconomic well-being, using the language from the proposed resolution. You probably guessed this, but I'm also advocating for men in the same defenseless circumstance. Last year, Ducey signed Senate Bill 1164 that bans abortions after 15 weeks except under medical emergencies, and today our City Council proposes opposition to this bill. There are many people in Flagstaff that will be angered and possibly hate me for speaking today. However, there are also many people in Flagstaff who do not agree with this resolution, and I believe the Council's opposition is a misrepresentation of Flagstaff citizens and supports a crime to humanity. In my last 30 seconds, I want to address the many women here who have had abortions. You may be tempted to think that I hate you or that I'm casting judgment on your soul, and I want to be very clear that I am not. I believe that we are all guilty of committing evil, and I am no better than anyone here. In the words of the Apostle Paul, Jesus Christ came into the world to save sinners, of whom I am chief. I know and repent my pride, my selfishness, my self-deceit, and I continue to find new ways to rationalize my sin. But I have hope in the confidence that my sin is forgiven, and I believe that that hope and forgiveness is freely offered to all who repent and believe in the resurrection of Jesus to pay for our sins. And through Jesus, I personally live guilt-free. Since I'm touching on things of my faith, I have one warning and promise. Christians are a bunch of sinners who will continue to fail and disappoint. However, if you turn to Christ, he will never disappoint, and he will fill you with the peace, joy, strength of his Spirit. So Mayor and City Council, please do not misrepresent your city with this resolution.
Thank you. So again, so that everyone can feel comfortable to speak, please, no outward expressions of support or opposition. Jay, hello.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Daggett and members of the council. Appreciate the time here. I want to start off just saying that I do oppose this adoption of Resolution 2023-12. As an ordained minister, you'd think I'd go toward some of the other speakers, but I'm going to go with dealing with this issue of health care. I have several concerns with the resolution, basically saying that the citizens of Flagstaff deem abortion as health care. Specifically, I'm concerned that the resolution cites a designation from the Center for Reproductive Rights. I feel that's kind of like asking Shell or Chevron whether fossil fuels are good for the environment. You know, the Center for Reproductive Rights is obviously, if you go to their website, they are a pro-abortion organization. And it is cited in the resolution. If we're so concerned with health care, and specifically women's health care, why doesn't the resolution acknowledge organizations like the Hope Women's Center and the Hope Pregnancy Center? They provide free women's health care in our region, and they need to be advertised, and people need to know about that. I also wanted to look at Planned Parenthood, which is the provider of about a third of the abortions in Arizona, as an example of women's health. According to their 2020 and 2021 annual report, in comparison to the previous year, abortions were up 7.5%, but breast screening and Pap tests were down 32%. Well women exams were down 39%, and adoption referrals were down 27%, which meant they referred one person to adoption per 200 abortions. Since 2010, the total cancer screening and preventative services have dropped 74%. Prenatal services are down 72%. Contraceptive services are down 41%. This begs to ask why. I think it's pretty clear the business of abortion is more profitable than actual health care. The annual report from Planned Parenthood states that they have a $2.1 billion in net assets. They received $633.4 million from government funding, and they had, they had an excess revenue of $133.7 million last year. Abortion is big business. It's not women's health care. So I want you to please consider these facts as you make a decision that will represent the entire community. I do not approve this, and I hope you do not approve this resolution. And let's start beginning a real discussion about women's health care. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Jay. Kate Smith, and then Chilel Jawara. Again, my apologies if I'm doing a horrible job at the pronunciation of your name. Thank you, Kate, for having an easy one.
Yeah, it is pretty easy, but I'm not going to sing God Bless America. Even though I could. But anyways, good afternoon, Mayor Daggett and members of the council. My name is Kate Smith, and I want to tell you my story and ask you not to support this resolution 2312. 28 years ago, I went to Planned Parenthood here in Flagstaff. I was scared. I was seeking advice and help. I was only given one option. That one option was to abort my baby. So on a Saturday morning in May, I rode with who I thought was a friend, 2.5 hours to Phoenix to get my abortion. Upon my arrival, I filled out paperwork. I was immediately given several pills to numb my brain and my body. The staff then hurried me into a room where the doctor came in, going against his Hippocratic oath of doing no injury or wrong, said that the procedure would be no big deal. He didn't warn me of the physical pain. He especially did not warn me of the mental anguish and guilt that I would endure for decades. 45 minutes later, I was on my way back to Flagstaff. I tell you this so you know the truth. There is no medical condition that required this abortion. There was no threat to my life. I made the decision based on false evidence given to me by those whom I thought I trusted. And I was wrong for doing that. That's on me. I've asked and received forgiveness from my selfishness from my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. But I am concerned for all women that are continually lied to about their abortion. That are continually lied to that abortion is their only and best option. It goes against everything a moral society believes in. There are two facts that I want to leave with you guys today. The first one, we all learned in 8th grade. If a male sperm fertilizes a female egg, a human is the result. That's a scientific fact. The second fact is that everyone here today, no matter what gender you are, no matter what ethnicity you are, and no matter what social status you are, can all thank your mother for not having an abortion. You have that opportunity. There are over 63 million babies that never had that opportunity since 1973. 63 million babies never had the chance to say anything. How many Einsteins have we aborted? How many Beethovens have we aborted? How many Abraham Lincolns have we aborted? How many Maya Angelos have we aborted? How many Martin Luther Kings have we aborted? Just think about that one. Thank you for your time today. Please do not play a role in the right to end the life of a child. Do not support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Chilel, and then Brian Weber.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. You actually pronounce my name perfectly. A lot of people don't often. I am speaking tonight just because I strongly oppose against this resolution and hope to get through my reasoning why within the 3 minutes. I'm a 24-year-old first-generation college graduate. Flagstaff has been my proud home for the last 6 to 7 years, and I'm very proud of the person that I have become today. But I wasn't always this person. I was once a 13-year-old who would attempt to take her own life several times and commit self-harm multiple times to deal with the many barriers that were my life. I grew up in a Christian church where I was often made to feel like an illegitimate child because I was simply born out of wedlock. What a shocking sin. I blamed myself for my parents' marital issues and for lack of certain core familiar support that I had growing up, that I did not have growing up. I saw myself as nothing more but an inconvenience and a burden. If only I hadn't been born in the first place. My parents' world and everybody worlds around me would have been so much better. I remember praying at night that my mom would have just had an abortion when she first had the chance. At naive 13-year-old me, killing myself was no different than my mom having an abortion. I mean, I wasn't even an inconvenience that could have been avoided if I had been aborted. As society, we are quick to tell a pregnant woman to kill her unborn baby. In fact, we even encourage it. We advertise places like Planned Parenthood as clinics that adolescents under the age of 18 can go and get their mistake taken care of without even needing parental consent. We no longer call it abortion, but we call it reproductive health care, which it's not reproductive health care. That's wearing a condom. But if abortion is a health care right to deal with an inconvenient situation, what about suicide? I was naive and depressed and 13 years old, and suicide was my answer to inconvenient situations. Would you have told me at 13 and naive and suicidal that taking my own life was the right thing to do because it's what felt best at the moment that dealt with my inconveniences in life? So why do we tell moms that it's okay to get rid of their inconvenience? That just because it seems scary and it might be getting rid of some inconvenient reminders in their life, that it's okay to terminate their pregnancy. Sorry, I don't do this. This is very hard, Mayor. To terminate life, an unborn child, a very real human being who has the right and doesn't even get the chance to defend themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Weber, Matthew Dyer, I think, and Joya. Thanks for the phonetic spelling of your name, Joya.
Yes, good evening. I am Brian Weber, and I want to say thank you to all of you, especially the council and the mayor, and all of you that are here today or tonight for this important issue. And I've heard a lot, and we've all heard a lot of emotional pleas tonight, and I'm not going to add to those. You're welcome. But I want to look at this. It seems like, I wasn't here for the previous meeting, but it seems like none of these sort of appeals were made in the prior council meeting concerning this resolution. And so if you want to remove the religious component and you want to go strictly to the secular side or to the worldly view, okay, let's do that. Let's try to. We've heard the religious side tonight, and by the grace of God, I hope to be a religious man as well, or I try to be. But let's look at it strictly from a secular standpoint. And I don't know what your motivations are or where you are personally on this issue. But if we do that, let's say why this resolution appears to be strictly a political statement for some type of advantage that Flagstaff, are we trying to be like Phoenix? Are we trying to be like Tucson? I understand they have resolutions, and I don't know the wording of them, but they're apparently similar, and maybe this one is fashioned after them. I don't have to tell you why people come to Flagstaff. You know more than I do, but from my own personal experience, we've only been here less than 2 years, and we came to Flagstaff to get away, to escape from the valley. Okay, we don't want to be like, well, do we really want to, is that the kind of statement that we want to make? Just because Phoenix and Tucson are abortion friendly and whatever their terms are, is that the statement we want? Is that the reputation we want? Is that what we're trying to be? So I ask you to look inside, look at yourselves, look at your own hearts and say, wow, maybe there's tremendous pressure for us to do this, and not such a good idea. I agree with several of the other gentlemen, people stated earlier, that this issue is way, way bigger than the Flagstaff City Council. And I think you're probably thinking tonight, whoa, boy, we opened a can of worms tonight, didn't we? Well, it's way bigger than all of us. And strictly speaking, I think we need to stay in our lanes. You have your oaths of office. This is out of your bailiwick. Don't go there. Don't go there. There's no reason to. People don't come to Flagstaff for an unfettered abortion. They come here for lots of other reasons, and we all know those. What a beautiful family-friendly environment this is. Let's keep it that way.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Matthew Dyer. Oops, I turned this off. Then Mark Zarabin.
Honorable Mayor and council members, thanks for your time and consideration. My name is Matt. I'm a lifetime Flagstaff resident, a father, a nurse, and a veteran. But my credentials or lack thereof have no bearing on the truth, as the truth stands independently and is no regarder of persons. Here's some truth. I'm here in opposition because I oppose the murder of the innocent. Yes, murder is the correct word, as murder is the premeditated, malicious killing of one human being by another. And scientifically speaking, 98% of embryologists agree with common sense by asserting that human life begins at conception. The scientific debate was settled over 50 years ago. Calling this sterilized form of child sacrifice by the Orwellian euphemism of women's health is a lie, objectively, as it is little women, daughters, who are murdered disproportionately by abortion around the world. It certainly can't be the health of those little women that's being referred to, and it can't be the health of the mother either. The procedure may be relatively harmless to the mother's body in some cases, but it is never harmless to her soul. Yes, we have souls, and so do our preborn. If we were nothing more than bags of mostly protoplasm animated by the accidental fizzing of chemicals in the brain, then none of this would matter. But that is an abyss we don't have the right to stare into because it is not reality. We do have souls, and so do our preborn, and abortion is destructive to the souls of all participants, mother, father, doctor, and anyone in support. Since abortion is at the heart of the proposed resolution, it may be helpful to examine one of abortion's historic champions. The white racist, eugenicist, and founder of Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger, famously said this, quote, "Eugenic sterilization is an urgent need. We must prevent multiplication of this bad stock." Bad stock. I wonder what she meant. She explains here, quote, "We don't want the word to go out that we want to exterminate the N-word population." To this day, most abortion mills are strategically located in minority communities, and it is a well-documented statistic that about 5 black babies are aborted to every 1 white baby. The fact remains that pro-life people like me want more little black and brown babies in the world, not less. Those who desire the opposition Those who desire the opposite have to reckon with the fact that they are in alignment with Sanger's racist and reprehensible ideology, regardless of the amount of melanin in their skin. The proponents can either harden their hearts, plug their ears, and sear their consciences, or repent of this abomination and turn to the Lord Jesus Christ for forgiveness, which he offers freely in abundance. God will judge Sanger and all proponents of her ethnocidal and infanticidal ideology. I urge you to be kind to your own souls and the souls of the innocent and reject this evil resolution.
Thank you, Matthew. Joya, Mark, and Allison Dyer.
Good evening, Mayor Daggett, Vice Mayor and Council. My name is Joya Woods, and I'm here to encourage Council to adopt Resolution 2312 in support of the constitutional right of pregnant persons, including access to reproductive health care and abortion services. Why? Because it signals to women and families that Council values the physical, psychological, and socioeconomic well-being of the citizens of this city. Unlike many of my good neighbors here, I do not believe that we should be sweeping this issue under the rug and not talking about it. I value this conversation. We need to not pretend that this is not an issue. The Dobbs decision has restricted health care and reproductive rights for many, many women and families, and we can't just pretend it's going to go away by wanting to not talk about it. I've been a university professor for 22 years here in Flagstaff, very proudly. During that time, I've taught more than 4,400 students, supporting them on their path to graduation, engaged citizenship, and meaningful careers. I've raised 2 wonderful children I chose to bring into this world. But unfortunately, my 2 adult children do not have the same access to reproductive health and safe legal abortions I did when in 1986, as the result of a date rape, I became pregnant. My life of service to this community would not have been possible without free and legal access to abortion services. Your resolution does not mandate people have abortions, but instead supports the dignity of women and families to make the choice for themselves. Some of my good neighbors would want to restrict that choice. I say I do not restrict your choice, but I respect your choice to not have abortions, and I ask that you respect the choice of women and families to make that decision for themselves. And Council, I did elect you for this kind of conversation, so I'm really grateful for your courage and your service. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Zarabin,
Yes,
Allison Dyer, and then Emma Schreiner.
It's an honor to be here. I'm getting a great education today. I hope you all are as well. I'm here to make a voice known. I might not know much. I'm just a simple guy. I'm kind of an old-fashioned kind of guy. You know, I want to know what's best for our city. I know that you guys all want to know what to do, what's best for our city, for our children, and for our children's future as well. I don't know why we're really having this conversation. I'm just a old-fashioned kind of guy. I'm kind of wondering where all these unwanted pregnancies are coming from. Like, we forgot, how this happens? Yeah? Yeah. I'm wondering why we're even having to talk about this. When I was a young man, I avoided certain kinds of behavior with women for obvious reasons. What do I know? I'm just kind of old-fashioned kind of guy. You say there's no cost to the city. I beg to differ. I think there will be financial, emotional, devastating consequences. You can ask the councilmen for what might be our legal ramifications of being sued and open ourselves to legal lawsuits. Why would we want to set ourselves up for something like that? I don't know. When there is a devastation or when there is a devaluation of life, we're not talking about a wart here. When we devalue life at any stage, we have been deceived. Hitler was able to deceive a nation into believing that the Jews were subhuman and needed to be exterminated. So who's convinced us it's a work or not? I also believe there's social costs, like I've already spoken about, but there's been a 1,000% rate of STDs in our state over the last 2 years. I just read that the other day. Loss of lives, loss of values, emotional, mental losses, cost of crime going up because we've devalued life. We devalue the sanctity of life, what it means. But really, why are we having this discussion? I think that women are being ripped off. I think that if I was a man and had to go to a doctor's office and pull down my pants and have certain medical things put in me, I think there would be a lot less abortions today. Just saying. What do I know? I'm just kind of an old-fashioned kind of guy, you know? What are we doing? Are we enabling people to be irresponsible for their actions? Is that the message we want to send to our children and to our society and to our culture? I think not. I don't think that's the message we want to send to anybody. Why would we want to enable any kind of bad behavior? We don't want to do that. So make your choices. Well, there are consequences to your choices.
Thank you, Mark. Allison Dyer and then Emma Schreiner.
Good evening. Thank you for listening. My name is Allison Dyer, and I would like to communicate my opposition to Resolution 202312. Flagstaff has been my home for the past 16 years. I earned my Bachelor of Science in Nursing from NAU and have worked in primary care, urgent care for Indian Health Services, and providing respite care for families with nonverbal children in their homes with who have long-term disabilities. I now have the honor of working from home while I raise and teach my own 4 children. As someone who has personally considered abortion as a real option for myself, I understand the terrible vulnerability and fear that an unwanted pregnancy can cause. I also know firsthand how much of a sacrifice and challenge it is to endure pregnancy, unmedicated labor, long-term sleep deprivation, the draining of resources such as time, money, and energy that child rearing inevitably brings. So much of this resolution is so focused on the wrong thing, in the same way that I was when I was terrified of an unwanted pregnancy. I was only thinking of myself and what negative things would happen to me. The trouble is that pregnancy, whether desired or not, does not consist in a party of one. The child, however small and dependent, wherever it is located, belongs to itself in the same way, or I suppose maybe a better way to say it would be, has the right to life, just as much as the mother or father does. If I had chosen the so-called right to abortion for any of my pregnancies, one of my children would not be here today. The termination of a pregnancy results in the end of a life. There is something so much more beautiful and good than avoiding the suffering associated with child rearing. Getting to witness and influence the lives of my children, some of my favorite people and my best friends, as well as overcoming the hardship of sacrifice to taste the rewards of hard-won joy and delight of parenting. I long for women to know this. Please do not pass this resolution.
Thank you. Emma Schreiner and then Christina Rainsford.
Hello again. My name is Emma Schreiner, and this is the 3rd time I am speaking in front of the City Council on this issue. And I thank you for your vulnerability and your strength in supporting this resolution so far, minus one council member. And I thank the people here speaking so powerfully about this, and I'm here to do the same. I see a lot of wonderful candidates to be foster parents, and I'd love to share some stats on that. So currently in Arizona, there are close to 14,000 children in foster care, but there are only about 3,000 licensed foster families. There are nearly 5 children in care for every licensed foster family, and I'd like to point out to the people in this room that that's perhaps an opportunity to do something, because we do need some foster families. But I'm also here to speak about this resolution, and I am here as a result of a life-saving legal abortion because my mother had an ectopic pregnancy about 1.5 years before I was born. That's why I'm speaking to you. And I'm also here, as I've told you before, as a survivor of sexual assault. I'm here as a former student of NAU. I'm here as a current community organizer and member of the Flagstaff Abortion Alliance, who's been working tirelessly for months along with the other members and community members to support basic human rights. That is what is at stake here. I'm hearing a lot of references to the Holocaust, and I'm not hearing a lot of references to the impact that a forced pregnancy causes, to like the psychological harm that that causes. There is no scientific evidence to support that an abortion causes significant psychological harm, but there is significant evidence to support that a forced pregnancy not only increases the chance of death, because a pregnancy is much more dangerous than an abortion, but it also causes incredible psychological harm. Children can also get pregnant. And I'm here in support of children. I love children. I'm not currently ready to have one. I'm here because I want to work for my community. I love this community, and I know you do too. So I'm so thankful that you have supported us so far. And I encourage you to pass this resolution that is a statement of your support for human rights, because that's what this is. It's not forcing anyone to have an abortion. So thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Christina Rainsford, and then Kyle Nitsky.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for hearing all the voices here.
Would you mind? Yeah,
I sure can. Is that better? I see this worded as a statement. It was first introduced as a statement, and I would like to flip the wording on that. I believe that this actually is a narrative. And part of this narrative has to do with the criminalization, or what is perceived as the future criminalization as a result of Dobbs. As it says in Section 5, the City Council supports the Flagstaff Police Department in establishing law enforcement priorities that consider the need to protect the physical, psychological, and socioeconomic well-being of pregnant persons and their care providers. Section 6. The City Council supports the Flagstaff Police Department in establishing policies that require a report of an alleged violation of Arizona ARS 36-2321 through 2326 that is reported to have taken place at a medical facility be referred to the Arizona Department of Health Services for investigation, and that no physical arrests be made by the Flagstaff Police Department. I stand before you saying that this isn't a statement. This is escalation of a narrative, and an escalation of a narrative does not undo what are facts. To me, the facts here is that your leadership has been entrusted by the community of Flagstaff to take care of things that really do matter, things that have been entrusted to you to protect our community, and not to advance narratives that have to do with criminalization and a resolution that really has no place in our community. And because of that, I stand before you and ask you to oppose and to reject this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christina. Kyle Nitsky, and then Joshua Walker.
Good evening, Mayor Daggett, Vice Mayor Aslan, and council members. Thank you so much for your time this evening. My name is Kyle Nitschke. I spoke last week in my role as the co-executive director of the Arizona Students Association, but tonight I just wanted to share as a Flagstaff resident, as your neighbor, and to address council and all the community members we have here tonight as well. This community involvement is incredible. I don't think we've seen a council meeting this packed since the Climate Adaptation Plan in 2019. So for folks who do not know, City Council meets every Tuesday at 3 p.m. We also have a variety of commissions that folks can serve on. There's the Airport Commission, the Beautification and Public Art Commission, Board of Adjustment, Building and Fire Code Board of Appeals. Essentially, there are a lot of ways to get really involved. 99% of the time, our City Council is not focusing on issues about abortion. They deal with housing and homelessness and fire and forest and water. And so I think if we had this type of community involvement every week, who knows what we could do as a city. All council meetings are live streamed and recorded, so I do want to really encourage the public here to listen to the comments from 2 weeks ago. I think we had a lot of great speakers who had a much more nuanced conversation about abortion. I grew up in conservative Gilbert, Arizona, and didn't always really have a full understanding of what abortion was and the nuances of the conversation. In Gilbert, it was very much, you're the pro-life religious zealot or you're a pro-choice baby killer. On some of the crazy stuff we've heard today, comparing abortion to the Holocaust, just some of the crazy anti-abortion tropes that reminded me of growing up in Gilbert. After educating myself through college and during my legislative run, talking to women, talking to legislators, and over my organizing career, it's become incredibly clear to me that abortion is health care and that any limits on abortion, any limits on health care are dangerous and deadly. And whether or not you believe that life begins at conception or in the womb or at birth, abortion bans, specifically, do not protect fetuses, babies, or mothers. Council needs to go ahead with this resolution because our state and federal government have failed us. They've been unable to have a nuanced conversation. As a result, we have 0 abortion services, i.e. health care, here in Flagstaff. Our medical providers are scared and need to be protected as much as we can. I want to thank Council for moving forward with the resolution a couple weeks ago and urge them to be brave in the face of folks who haven't taken the time to truly learn about the effects of abortion bans, and to be brave in the face of the religious and conservative zealotry that has been riled up by bad faith actors. I agree with many of the commenters tonight that this resolution is mostly just a political statement. It has no legal directives for our police department, and so the council should consider looking into an ordinance to stand up to state laws and the federal government. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary actions. But in the meantime, thanks for going forward with this resolution and for putting in all the time. You guys are awesome. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Kyle. Joshua Walker, and then Dr. David Berry.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Joshua Walker, and I'm a pastor of Church of the Resurrection here in Flagstaff. But I'm here today not as a pastor, but as a concerned citizen. I am here today to stand up for the most persecuted minority in the United States. I'm here today to speak up for a people group that cannot speak for themselves. I'm here to speak up for the unborn. The moral issue here, contrary to what we have heard, is very simple and clear. All the arguments used to justify the senseless slaughter of this people group are only meant to obfuscate and cloud the clear moral issue at hand. Let me explain. We are told that this is a matter of choice. We are told that this is a matter that women have the right to do with their bodies what she wants. Let me ask you a question. How many arms does a 6-month pregnant woman have? You probably think to yourself, that's a silly question. Of course, she has 2 arms. But see, in that answer, it shows that this is not a matter of a woman's body. If it were her body, then she would have 4 arms. But she only has 2. Or let me ask you this. At what point in your life were you your mother? Yes, that's right. At what point were you your mother? Again, the answer is obvious. You were never your mother. But since that's true, then you were never her body. This is not an issue of women's rights to do with their bodies what they want. We are also told that the fetus is just a euphemism for a human baby. We are told that the fetus is not a human person. But what else could it be? The size of the baby doesn't change its personhood. If this were the case, many of you would be less human than people here who were bigger. The fact that the baby is located inside the womb does not change its personhood. When a person is located, where they are located does not change the fact that they are a person. If I'm in this chamber or in my house or in my car, I'm still a person. The baby is still a person, both inside and outside of the womb. Some say the level of development means that it's not a person. This simply can't hold water. If development makes you someone less of a person, then is my 9-year-old son less of a person because he is less developed? Finally, some say that because the baby is dependent upon its mother, it's not a person. We are all dependent on others for life, especially a newborn baby. If being dependent upon another for life means you are not a person, then there are many people groups that we would say are not people. Again, the moral issue here is crystal clear. To end the life of a baby in the womb is murder. Unless and until you can address the issues that I have raised this afternoon, you are openly supporting the murder of babies here in Flagstaff. I ask you, do the moral thing, do the right thing, do your jobs.
Thank you, Joshua. Dr. David Berry, and then Julie Peering.
Thank you, Council, for your service and for enduring this evening. I am Dr. David Berry. I'm the senior pastor of Flagstaff Christian Fellowship, an almost 100-year-old congregation of Flagstaff. I'm here today on behalf of myself and nearly the 300 people of my church. I'm here on behalf of the men and women, the young teenagers and the elderly, the unhoused and wealthy, the immigrants and residents of my church. I'm here on behalf of the white people and black people, Hispanic people, East Asian people, Islander people, and indigenous people in my church who all love each other in Jesus Christ and consider each other one united family. And as an ambassador of Jesus Christ, I stand here on behalf of the unborn people, and together we all are in vehement opposition to proposed resolution 2023-12. As has been mentioned, the mission of Flagstaff, as we've been reminded, is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all. That certainly includes the most vulnerable among us who cannot defend and speak for themselves, people in the womb. While race and gender should not matter, it does in our current cultural climate. So, to endorse abortion is to say that Black lives matter except in the womb, that brown lives matter except in the womb, indigenous lives matter except in the womb, and on we can go. The contradiction and hypocrisy is undeniable. If feminism is in view, how is it coherent that empowered women can kill disempowered women in the womb in the name of women's rights? If we believe science is real and medical science unequivocally shows new life begins at conception, why do we not follow the science but deny it? Your sworn and stated responsibility as a council is to uphold the mission of Flagstaff. Abortion is the unjust murder of innocent life. Abortion does not protect nor enhance the quality of life for all, especially our citizens in the womb. To support this resolution tramples the very mission you swore to uphold. One last perspective. I recognize we all hold different worldviews that explain our deepest questions of life, morality, and death. Politics is an expression of that and more. Many of the citizens you serve, even put you in office, hold the Bible as their worldview, as has been clear this evening. Scripture declares that all who hold political office are God's servants to carry out his will, that's Romans 13, and uphold his moral law. That includes each of you, whether you agree or not. God creates life in the womb, and to take that life, Scripture views as an unjust murder and uniquely damnable sin. It is a forgivable sin only through repentance and trust in the saving blood of Christ. If you support and pass this resolution, understand that God sees and he knows, and the very children Jesus would welcome to himself, you bear culpability and their unjust and awful death.
Thank you, Dr. Berry. Julie Peering, and then Amanda Finney.
Good evening. It's now evening, I think. Thank you for this opportunity to voice my support for this resolution. I offer this support after the consideration of evidence, including from the United Nations and the World Health Organization, about the necessity of reproductive rights for the well-being of women. First, the WHO states decidedly that lack of access to safe, affordable, timely, and respectful abortion care and the stigma associated with abortion pose risks to women's physical and mental well-being throughout the life course. This is not a hypothesis, nor is it anecdotal evidence, but the conclusion from a global organization following the careful examination of the consequences of restricting access to safe, respectful, timely, and affordable abortion care. Reproductive care includes abortion care and simply is health care, and therefore denying access to it is as unjust as denying access to other forms of health care. Secondly, reproductive rights are absolutely integral to the human rights of women. To quote from the UN, to be able to access their human rights and make essential decisions, women need to be able to decide freely and responsibly on the number and spacing of their children, and to have access to information, education, and services. When safe and legal access in abortion is restricted, women are forced to resort to less safe methods, too often with damaging or disastrous results, especially for women who are affected by poverty or marginalization, including minority women. There's been some discussion this evening regarding the mental well-being of those who choose abortion. I'm happy to report that the American Psychological Association conducted a sweeping study on just this and reported on the results in 2022. Here's the results of that study. Quote, more than 50 years of international psychological research shows that having an abortion is not linked to mental health problems, but restricting access to safe, legal abortions does cause harm. Research shows people who are denied abortions have worse physical and mental health, as well as worse economic outcomes than those who seek and receive them, end quote. And I'd be happy to share the research with you. I appreciate the positions of those who don't support this resolution, and I recognize that they often come from a deeply held religious belief. I consider them my neighbors and my friends, but I very respectfully disagree that their religious beliefs should determine our community's position regarding access to abortion care that all evidence demonstrates is vital to the health, well-being, and human rights of women.
Thank you, Julie. Amanda Finney, and then Sanjam Alwalia. And I believe that I got that wrong last time I read that name too, so I apologize. Amanda, thank you.
Hello, Council. Thank you very much. As said, my name is Amanda Finney. I am a teacher in the community, a former graduate of NAU. I've taught with FUSD in the past. I currently teach my own children. I'm a mother of 5, a soccer mom, and a very active member of this community. I could come before you tonight with personal experience. We've heard a lot of that, by knowing firsthand the trauma and lifelong consequences that abortion causes, as I am raised by a mother who has been there, with friends around her who've been there. So I don't know what the research that was referred to, but my obvious experience sees trauma and sees lifelong consequences. I also know the power of holding my own 13-week baby in my own hands and admiring his perfectly formed jawline and hands and feet. Not done by my own choice, but that baby was a baby. And sad to say, that's still a legal age to abort, and yet he was fully formed, beautiful. But I'm not going to speak only on personal experience. As you have reminded us, this is not a law that you are trying to form, and we do recognize the frailty of a simple resolution. But I'm not foolish enough either to overlook the power that a simple statement of opinion overriding a city opinion can have on future lawmaking. And I want to caution you, perhaps, that you assume by being voted in that you represent a majority of a city. However, there is a large population, myself being one, who lives just outside of city boundaries. But we are the lifeline, the blood of the way this city functions. You see, they may not be able to vote in city elections, so their voices are truly not represented here as a majority. But they keep it running. They're the small business owners. They're the Donny Park Friends. They're the ones that live in my small island of county residents. I stand for this very large population. You see, I'm, as I said, a teacher, an NAU student, a mother of 5, but my husband is a small business owner. He's also an employee of Gore, which we know their influence in the city. But is he allowed to vote in the city elections? No. So please be aware that you are making decisions about a city that we love, that we breathe our life into, that we raise our children in. And yet, you may not have been represented by our vote. So please hear us now. Please hear us now. You see, healthcare is about health. It's not about death. Choice
Thank you,
comes
Amanda.
before the moment of conception.
Sanjam, and then Susan Shapiro. And after Susan is Deborah Block.
Hi, Sanjam Aluwalia, and I speak here today as a mother, long-standing resident of Flagstaff, and an educator and someone and a researcher who does work on the global history and politics of reproductive health. By the way, before I share my formal remarks, brief remarks, happy Purim, happy International Women's Day, Holi Mubarak, happy Holi, it's Holi today. And also, as some of you may know, March is celebrated as Women's History Month here in the US. So clearly our discussion today couldn't cosmically be better aligned. I want to open my formal remarks by thanking Mayor Daggett and members of the City Council for your strong endorsement of bodily autonomy for all and reproductive rights during the last council meeting in February. What I want to say today, in light of it also being the eve of International Women's Day, is framed globally. The US abortion conversation that is currently unfolding across the country and here is just that. It is singularly an American way of thinking about reproductive rights and abortion access in the 21st century. This is not how the world, the rest of the world, understands, thinks, talks, debates, or writes about abortion rights. Planetary conversation on abortion is at a very different place. As some of you may know, there's been a strong global reaction to the Supreme Court's Dobbs decision last June. Many world leaders expressed their deep disappointment and dismay at the degree to which women's rights and reproductive rights have receded here in the US. Their Islamophobia notwithstanding, India and Israel actually liberalized their abortion laws in light of the Dobbs decision. In fall, when I was back home in India on a research trip, I was invited to speak at my alma mater, Jesus and Mary College, at the University of Delhi. After my presentation, I had a student ask me, she sounded puzzled. Why in the US, she asked, as one of the older and more confident democracies of the world, is access to women's reproductive care and abortion being so severely restricted and criminalized? Women in the global South and North are baffled at our stand on restricting access to healthcare and reproductive care for all. I would argue that today we need to look to the global South for inspiration on feminism, women's rights, and abortion rights and LGBTQI rights as well. As you can see from the forest of green color in the room and outside, we wear this in solidarity with and in celebration of women and people of Argentina who recently won the right to free, safe, and legal abortion in their country. Let me end by reiterating my support for the resolution. I also want to urge the Council to please vote yes on it as a way to better align the U.S. reproductive politics and our cultural and democratic commitments with the larger world that we are a part of. Thank you so much for listening.
Susan Shapiro, Deborah Block, and then Janine.
Hello. I'd like to thank the council for voting to advance the discussion about this resolution. At the prior meeting, you all acknowledged the bravery of the citizens who came and shared some very personal stories. I'd like to thank you for responding with some personal stories of your own. I know it wasn't easy to talk about sexual assault, ectopic pregnancy, or the experience of not having equal rights or having rights taken away. We were moved by your comments as much as you were moved by ours, so again, thank you. The fact is, this resolution is in step with the views of the majority of Arizonians. The nonpartisan independent research organization, PRRI, released a major study just a few weeks ago that found that 62% of Arizonians support abortion legality in most or all cases, 62%. Only 7% say abortion should be illegal in all cases. It was also noted at the prior meeting that we elected a Republican majority legislature and that they speak for us. But the district I live in, represented by Wendy Rogers, leans Republican by 20 points. 20 points. Hardly a fair contest. The people of this state elected a Democratic governor, attorney general, and secretary of state, all of whom ran on a pro-choice platform. The minority view, I get it, it's deeply held, fervently held, but that does not give them the right to force their personal and religious beliefs on the rest of us. This is a personal decision. Like Jim said last time, what the hell is the state doing getting involved in this? Not only do the values that are reflected in the resolution align with the values of the majority of Arizonians, they advance the council's mission to protect and enhance the quality of life for all. The Flagstaff Abortion Alliance supports the resolution, and we ask you to vote to adopt it. But I want to close with a comment Deborah Harris made at the last meeting. She said, I know what it's like personally not to have rights, or to have your rights taken away, or not have the inalienable rights that other people had. It was people like those of you here tonight who made it possible for a person like me to sit on the dais and listen, to be able to sit on the dais and listen to this conversation. It was people like those of you here tonight who helped us secure the rights I enjoy today. Mayor and City Council, it's people like you who, by making this statement of our city's values, move us toward a society where people have the freedom to control decisions about their own bodies. And to that I say, bravo.
Thank you, Susan. Deborah Block, and then Janine.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Thank you again for your vigorous, heartfelt support in directing the City Attorney to draft this resolution. I'd like to respond to some of the comments that were made in our last meeting. To quote, abortion hurts women emotionally, spiritually, and often physically. And, quote, 60% of abortions are performed on women who are forced, coerced, and pressured into abortion, end quote. The studies that propagate these beliefs come from a handful of people who peddle faux science to a willing audience. They've postulated a causal link between abortion and mental distress. Post-abortion syndrome, they call it. This notion has been rejected by the American Psychological Association, the American Psychiatric Association, and then Surgeon General C. Everett Koop. As witnesses, they have been rejected as not credible in court, and their analyses is documented as replete with methodological errors and is not replicable. Replication is the root of scientific merit. Numerous credible studies have debunked these statements again and again. For example, the APA released a report stating that no scientific evidence was found to link abortion to mental distress. Another longitudinal study published in 2020 found that 95% of women report that having an abortion was the right decision for them over 5 years after the procedure. A 2013 study found only 1.2% cite pressure from family or friends as the reason for choosing abortion. And a 2018 review of reproductive coercion, where there is intimate partner violence, found that women are more often coerced into continuing a pregnancy, not terminating one. These are the consistent results of countless studies conducted by actual doctors and qualified researchers. Quote, women do die from illegal abortions, and that includes the abortion pill. Pregnancy-related mortality is far higher than abortion-related mortality. The CDC determined that from 2013 to 2018, maternal deaths ranked at 17.35 per 100K live births, where abortion deaths ranked at 0.41 per 100K legal abortions. The safety profile for medication abortion is similar to that of surgical abortion. Both are safer than continuing a pregnancy to term or using other common medications. Statistics show that more women are harmed, forced to remain in abusive relationships, and die from being denied an abortion. Actual science supports abortion as necessary and essential health care. Please reaffirm your support by voting yes on adopting this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Janine and Barbara Swee, and then Dr. Ari Burford, I believe.
I was going to invite you all over for Irish stew, but I think it's going to be burned by the time I get home. I'm the product of the love of Francois Claire Soucy and Tyrone Tyrus Kelly. She was opera and literature, and he was math and baseball, and the only thing they had in common was 11 children. But that's a lot to have in common. I'm the first child to graduate from college. I graduated from University of Florida, magna cum laude, Phi Beta Kappa. I did postgraduate work at Oxford University and other universities. I've taught at 2 universities, 3 community colleges, a handful of high schools. I even did the Marine thing and did middle school. All right. I've taught the Federalist Papers, the Declaration of Independence, common sense. And one of my favorite phrases is from Thomas Jefferson. And he says that we as citizens have the opportunity to pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The word happiness actually comes from the Greek eudaimonia, which means human flourishing. I think the most vulnerable citizen in the United States is the man-child or the woman-child in the womb, and so I advocate for their right to life, liberty, and human flourishing. Thank you so much for having this really important conversation. It's as divisive as the Civil War conversation was in the time of Lincoln, and I've learned a great deal. Let's practice generous listening. And I salute everyone who came here tonight. And I'm going to invite you to my St. Patrick's Day party. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Whoa. Are you okay?
Yeah, the ibuprofen's wearing off.
So I have 2 cards here for a Victoria Cook and on the same item. And are these the same Victoria Cook? It looks like it. Okay, so I'm not going to call Victoria Cook up again because she has already spoken. Okay, Barbara Swee, and then Dr. Ari Buford.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Barbara Swee, and I have served as an Assistant Attorney General for the great state of Arizona, and now have the pleasure, along with my husband, of pastoring the great congregation Northland Christian Assembly here in Flagstaff for the past 6+ years. Thank you for the opportunity to allow us as citizens to share our views, and thank you for what you do to serve the people of this community and to provide leadership. It's not easy being the leader. It's a heavy responsibility, and so thank you for undertaking to do what you do to lead. I oppose this proposed resolution. As a member of this community now for going on 7 years, I've come to love and appreciate the beautiful community of Flagstaff. And this resolution is not good for our community. We don't want to be a community known for promoting death. Freedom is good. It's critical to every democracy, but not at the expense of human life. As council members, you represent me and my family, the community of believers that we pastor, and many others in this community who oppose the taking of human life through abortion. This resolution is unnecessary and it's offensive to many citizens in this community. As I understand it, this resolution is solely a political statement and it has no governing effect whatsoever and cannot, by definition, help anyone in this city. Respectfully, making political statements is neither the responsibility nor the appropriate role of this council. And making political statements that offend many of us in the community serves no legitimate purpose. Finally, I ask the honorable members of this council to consider those in this community who are survivors of abortion, or those born despite their mother having been counseled to abort. What does this proposed resolution say to them? Do they count as members of this community? Does our government value them? Does our government respect their lives? I submit that their very lives demonstrate the evil and the tragedy of taking life through abortion. Let's not make a political statement that doesn't help our community and instead serves to marginalize and devalue the lives of our own. I urge you to vote against this resolution, and thank you again for hearing us out.
Thank you, Barbara. Dr. Ari Buford, and then Shelby Patton, and then Sam Copeland.
Hello. Thank you so much for taking this time tonight, now it's night. All of this time that you have taken sitting here without a break, and I guess I'll keep it quick. So first of all, I urge you to support the resolution, and I'm not here to convince you or anyone else here to have an abortion or to adopt the spiritual beliefs that I have. And I want to also make the point that several people outside were saying that this afternoon doesn't represent all of Flagstaff. I think we can understand that a lot of people are at work today and couldn't make it for lots of other reasons. And ultimately, I just want to say that we should not force people to give birth. We should not force people to give birth for any reason. And people have said this before, but I feel the need to say it again, that, you know, that people are raped and become pregnant. And I am not here to tell my story, but I will say that I was raped by my grandfather and might have needed an abortion. I'm glad that I wasn't forced to have a baby, and I don't think anyone else should be. But I don't want to go into the details of my life story that way, but more as a point to say that this is a safety issue for our community, and I hope that we can resolve to allow people to not be forced to have children here in this city. And then the last one thing I wanted to say is, well, aside from, it's hard to public speak, it is. So anyway, if people, the last, especially when it's something that involves so many emotions, right? But the last thing I felt that it was important to say is that it's not for me as a white person to tell women of color what to do with their bodies, and I don't think anyone should really tell people what to do with their bodies, including me. So therefore, the choice. Thanks.
Thank you. Shelby Patton, Sam Copeland, and Christina Blanchard.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Thank you very much. I find myself reminded of my favorite show, Parks and Rec, while sitting here. So, thank you for taking the time to let us all come and speak with you, and thank you for not taking a break and letting us all speak to you. I'm here tonight because I do oppose this resolution, but I also oppose the way it's being discussed. There's a lot of division, confrontation, accusations going around, and I really do not appreciate this hard topic being discussed that way. Even the ones in support of this resolution have admitted that they believe that the unborn is a human being. So we need to move beyond this issue. The root of this problem is that women are being lied to and told that we cannot handle motherhood unless it happens in the perfect way and the perfect time. And I believe that this is very offensive to me as a woman. We are also told that if we do become pregnant and it's not our choice, that we could bring a child into this world and they will have an awful life. And I believe that is a very hurtful lie to us women. This resolution reads as an attempt to not actually help any women. To me, I see it as kind of literally taking these women and these children and disposing them. Instead of affirming them, caring for them, and supporting them, such as places like crisis pregnancy centers do, adoptions agencies, and foster families, we are just trying to kind of get rid of the problem so we can kind of shove them away. I believe that instead of encouraging women to destroy the life of their child because they believe that they're going to destroy their own lives, it would be better as a city if we focus on more supporting these women through things such as adoption, foster care, crisis pregnancy centers, and just coming together as a community. We don't have to rely on such big things, just like someone previously said. There are a ton of children in foster care, and not as many people signed up to be foster families. There's lots of things that can be done, and I believe the community needs to step up and not just show up to council meetings and kind of spew angry things about how God is going to dispose of them or damn them. And I think we need to step up as a community and help each other. So instead of supporting this resolution, I think we should instead, you guys should flop to more supporting the women in this community and the families that would help them. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelby. Sam Copeland, Christina Blanchard.
Good evening. I think my message perhaps is more for everyone, not just the council. Brothers and sisters, I'd like to share a better vision than the resolution the City Council has brought forward. Unfortunately, it is based on a distortion of the term reproductive health care, where the true intent is the exact opposite of what those words mean, and this resolution promotes the bold lie that women would actually benefit from abortion in any way whatsoever. On top of that, it insults our law enforcement, suggesting their participation in this corruption. So, instead, I eagerly invite you to experience life to its full, where intercourse occurs in a trusted relationship and it's green, free from the slavery of chemical-laden sex that supports multiple greedy industries. Embrace an experience of life truly free to recognize and participate with your entire bodies the way they are supposed to work from the beginning. When you are free to exercise your will over your passions, the chains that bind your heart can be thrown off, and then you can experience what is embedded on your soul, this desire in each of us that wants to be fully known and loved. Love, that is to will the good of the other for the sake of the other. I know, what I'm suggesting is not easy, so lean into the grace of your Maker and trust Him to present to you the next best choice in this struggle. And it will be a struggle, but realize you were not made for comfort, you were made for greatness. As a healthcare professional, I attempted to review your cited resources. It took me to the entire Dobbs versus Jackson Supreme Court docket. I did not find your reference. I did find, however, the brief of 240 scholars and professionals and pro-life feminist organization that put forward solid reasons why the available research out there is deeply flawed in the promotion of this resolution. I conclude with an admonition and a reminder from Padre Pio. Do not fear. Jesus is more powerful than all hell. At the invocation of his name, every knee in heaven, on earth, and in hell must bend before Jesus. This is a consolation for the good and a terror for evil. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Christina Blanchard, and then Allison Crane. Christina Blanchard.
Mayor, she may have had to leave.
I'm sorry?
She may have left already. We've had a couple that mentioned that.
Okay. Allison Crane, and then Diana Coleman.
Hi, my name's Allison. I am a Flagstaff resident. I go to college here. I've been here for 3 years. I love this place. I intend to live here the rest of my life. I recognize many of you from some community organizing stuff that I have been a part of. This is a very important place to me. And I think I'm kind of unsure of what to say at this point. I mean, we've heard plenty of arguments from the point of view of religion, and I don't think it can be stated enough that separation of church and state is a thing. You might have deeply held religious beliefs, and that is your right. So abide by them. Do that. Live your life as you see fit, but it is the job of the government of the United States to protect the rights of people to live their individual lives in the ways that they feel most comfortable. So I guess that is what I am here to encourage you all to say. I am very much in favor of this as, well, to put it frankly, you know, we've heard a lot of people talking about the theoretical children who have been aborted. I am only alive now because my mother got an abortion before me, because she was able to go on to have 2 children who are now happy, who are now going out into the world and living lives that they are comfortable with. Just do the right thing for people who are alive, not for people who may be alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Diana Coleman, and then Adam Shimoni.
Good evening, Mayor Daggett and Flagstaff City Council. I'm going to wear several hats tonight as I speak. First of all, I'm a professor of religious studies. Do this for a living. I study religion. We have not heard the religious side tonight, as I've heard several people say. We've heard from a thin, select fringe of conservative Christianity that doesn't represent all of Christianity. One of the things I always teach my students in Intro to Religion courses is that religion is internally diverse. Christianity is incredibly internally diverse, okay? And not only Christianity in the United States, but global Christianity. Lots of diversity, we've heard that tonight. And then there are many different religious traditions within Flagstaff and within the United States. And in Flagstaff, for instance, we have the Jewish community. Within the Jewish community, right, it's incumbent upon a woman to seek an abortion with the counsel of her religious community, her rabbi, if it is going to be damaging to her physically or emotionally, incumbent upon her, right? Not a choice. The mother's life is always preferenced. And we're talking about potential life when we talk about the fetus, not life. I speak also as someone who got pregnant in 1976 as a 15-year-old. I had access to Planned Parenthood and to have an abortion, and I actually was able to gather the funds. I had supportive people. I chose not to have an abortion. It was my choice. I was able to really think through it. I was fortunate in that way. However, I will tell you, the experience of having a child at 15 and becoming an emancipated minor at 16 and raising that child, it was not the Christian community, the pious, who stood up and came and helped me. It was it was mostly people on the fringes of society, on one way or another, who came through to support me. But when I had my daughters later in life, and with my son, it was an experience I would have never wanted for them. I would have never wanted them to have that experience of single parenthood at 15 in such an unforgiving country. We do have separation of church and state, right? We have the Establishment Clause. This religious inflected dialogue, I think, is inappropriate to be forced on, and also very disingenuous. I would also like to dedicate tonight to Savita Halanpanavar, who in 2012 in Ireland, very Catholic country, died of sepsis. She was 31 years old, and she died over the course of many days, and that is why abortion is now legal in Ireland.
Thank you, Diana.
Thank you.
Adam, and then Mia Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and members of the public. Really appreciate you all taking the time to hear from the public and that the public is here tonight. I really appreciate, Mayor, your leadership in maintaining a respectful discussion in a respectful space. And I really appreciate the members of the public in keeping that respect alive and well throughout this discussion, because this is an important discussion, and I'm really glad that this is a space where we're hearing all angles and all sides of this argument. I want to thank everyone who shared their very powerful and moving stories, arguments, and statements. Both last conversation and this conversation, there's been a lot of vulnerable and important conversation that's been had, and I'm grateful for that. As someone who can't get pregnant, I want to say that I do believe in the right to health care. This very important decision that we're discussing today is between an individual and their doctor. The government does not have a role in that discussion and that decision, in my opinion. I believe that the recent Supreme Court decision is an act of state violence, and I'm opposed to that ruling. Forced birth is state violence. I support the City Council following the actions taken by Phoenix and Tucson, and appreciate your leadership in discussing this and hopefully adopting this resolution. I know it's just a resolution, but it's meaningful, and as others have said, it leads to bigger discussions and bigger change. And then lastly, I just want to express, I heard a public comment earlier tonight expressing that if this meeting started a little bit later and more people could have been available to be here, then more would be. And that's a sentiment I felt for years, and I encourage this council at a later date to pick that discussion back up and look at starting at 4 and at 6 p.m. like we used to. Thank you all, and good luck with the discussion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Mia Rodriguez, and then Remy Ramirez.
Hi again. My name is Mia. I'm a student at NAU, and I'm an active member of the Flagstaff Abortion Alliance. Excuse me. I spoke on February 21st, and I'm here to speak again. I'm still in favor of this resolution. There is no change without action. I said it last time, I will say it again, and I will always believe this, that abortion is health care. Abortion should only be the choice of the person who is pregnant, and they should not have any kind of they should not have any of their choices dictated by somebody who is not going through what they're going through. We all have unique experiences, and that is singular to each of us, but the choice to have an abortion or not have an abortion should not be dictated by anyone who is not going through what this person's going through. It should not be dictated by personal belief, religious guilt, or anything of the sort. Abortion is always controversial. It will always be a topic that brings division. There is no way to discuss this without disagreeing. That's inevitable. There is a way to be more aware about the ties that abortion has. It is a solution, but at the same time, if this resolution is not passed, it is affecting minorities, is affecting LGBTQIA+ community, is affecting not just women, but anybody who doesn't have access to these, what I've been hearing this evening, a lot of explore the other options. Go look at everything else before you consider abortion. Sometimes these other options, for minorities especially, are not a good option either. Sometimes this abortion is the best choice, and I beg you, please pass this resolution, because it is so important to not just our community, but to others as well. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mia. Remy Ramirez, and then Leslie Hansen. Remy Ramirez. Leslie Hansen, and then Brian Skoronsky. Are you Leslie?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi. I've never spoken at one of these before, so excuse my nervousness. I will try my best. I'm Leslie. I am a student at NAU majoring in sociology and minoring in queer studies and community engagement. I've been living in Flagstaff for about 3 years now. A lot of these arguments presented tonight against the resolution have been based on religious ideals and very personal stories. And I think it is very brave to present that argument here. And I do appreciate people coming out here and us being in a state and a environment where people can share their opinions openly. But I do think these ideas are, while valid, should not dictate our laws, especially because of as my lovely friend Allison mentioned before, the separation of church and state. I don't think religious ideals or quotes from the Bible should dictate exactly how we dictate bodies in this country or in this city. A lot of times the words "to protect and enhance the lives of all" have been brought up tonight, and I agree. I think that is a very important aspect of this city council, and one that I know you all believe in fervently. And I do believe that we should enhance and protect the lives of pregnant people, parents, and children. And a ban on abortion doesn't do this. It harms many, many lives, disproportionately affecting lower income folks. I also, as people have brought up before, want to acknowledge that a lot of people couldn't be here because of, not only because of the early start time, but also because we don't know how long this is going to go on. It got to a point where I was kind of worried if I would be even able to stay and say something up here, but I'm glad I was lucky enough to be here. But there are a lot of people who will be disproportionately affected by an abortion ban who can't be here because they lack the resources or don't have the time or money to come out here. So I don't think that all of Flagstaff is being represented tonight, but sometimes you can't really avoid that. But I don't believe that people who aren't greatly affected by this, I don't believe that people who are not affected by a ban on abortion, or who, there have also been a lot of people who have been speaking for the Black community in Flagstaff, despite not being part of it, and I found that very interesting. But I want to finish up my 13 seconds here and say that I know this resolution is just a statement. It won't change laws. It won't grant access to abortion, but I think it will show support to the people that really need it, and I hope you will make the right decision tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Leslie. Brian Skoronsky, and then Carice Sema.
Hi, thank you for having me. This is how you all spend your Tuesday nights. Man. You guys are
It's
awesome.
fun, isn't it?
Man. So thank you for allowing me to speak, honorable council members, honorable mayor. A couple things. I was reading 3 minutes, and I'm tired. An article in Evolution News and by Dr. Michael Egnor. And Michael Egnor, Evolution News. Read this article. It's wonderful. And he goes on, and I didn't bring it with me. I had 3 minutes. I couldn't have time to read it anyway. Wonderful article. And the bottom line is life begins, according to him, at conception. And so me not knowing, I'm interesting, you know, and he's atheist most of his life, educated life. And now apparently he's not, I found out today. But this religious thing, I just want to say that's a farce to me to say there's religious people, and then I don't care if you're religious or not. The bottom line is this fetus a human? Or is it a human fetus, or is it just a blob or whatever? You know, and at what point is it a blob? Well, I'll use my, obviously I didn't go to school, or I didn't pay attention. Well, is it a blob, or when is it a human being? At the point of conception, 1 week, 2 weeks, 4, whatever, you know. It's already approved for 15 weeks. So what I'm hearing on the one side is like, boy, that sounds, I'm trying to, what? I don't understand the 15 weeks. That's not, you want 16, 17? You already got 15, you know, or 14, I guess. But so that, if a person believes there's a creator of the universe, what does that have to do with it? Why do you hold that against them? If a person doesn't believe, or an agnostic, there's not. What does that have to do? We're talking about, is this fetus a human being, or is it not a human being? You know, and the bottom line is, before you sign your pen to anything, make sure you know, because you never can. Is that a human being? Is it a human being fetus or not? And that's something to read. That's just something I believe in God, and I used to hate him. But I've changed. But the bottom line is I was always against this because nobody knows if that's a human being. You cannot say, I know that's a human being. Nobody. So some of these doctors can. I don't know how they can. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brian. Carissa Semma, and then Jasmine V.
Hi, my name is Carissa Serna, and I am strongly for this resolution. I'm a student at NAU, and I'm a biological science major. I'm an 18-year-old female who has to fear every day for my own rights to my body. This is not due to my own actions or decisions, but due to the decisions of other people's and their actions. As someone who has experienced sexual assault when I was only 14 years old, and I turned to the church after it happened, I was shamed and told that it was my fault. So using things such as the Bible should not necessarily be taken into consideration for this decision, especially if it's under one specific religion. And I strongly encourage to keep the separation of church and state. While I have never had to have an abortion, and I truly hope that I never will have to, it gives me comfort knowing that I am the one that would be able to make the decision for myself, and nobody else would be doing it for me. Bringing up points such as adoption and foster care systems that are not fully supported and acceptable in the United States seems a little bit hypocritical from my perspective. There are on average 14,890 children in foster care in Arizona alone, and 117,446 as of 2020 waiting to be adopted in the United States. And this number will only continue to grow if accessible abortions and safe abortions are taken away, which will also increase the number of deaths caused by unsafe abortions. And as a woman, that truly does terrify me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carissa. Jasmine V, and then Stephanie Petrie.
Hi there, Mayor Daggett, council members. I want to start by saying thank you so much for the last meeting that we had where you really spoke up in support of this abortion resolution. And you named that there were a myriad of reasons why the council makes these value statements. There's any number of values statements that are made for particular Black History Month, Women's History Month. And so what we're asking is for something along those lines as well. I don't want to take too much of your time. It's been a long night, and I've already made my statement at the last meeting. But I do want to refute a bit of the misinformation that's been shared tonight. I myself am a single mother of 2 children. I have a 14 and a 12-year-old. I began a lot of my work as a family advocate in Southeast Alaska, where women were having challenges getting their healthcare needs met. And so it's led me through this course in my life where I've heard a lot of stories from people who have been forced to birth under very dire situations. I also worked as a social worker at Arizona's Children's Association right here in Flagstaff. And I can attest to the number of children that are in foster care right now. And I can attest to the ways that these foster children and the children in the adoption system are highly underserved. When a child turns 18, they are no longer given adoption services after that point, so they're called aging out. At that point, they are removed from their families, and they are forced into situations where they are forced to care for themselves, even though their life circumstances would have made them victim to being behind in school with other various issues. I think that this argument that there's a Hope Crisis Center fails to highlight the fact that these centers are not run by healthcare professionals. They're run like a nonprofit adoption agency. A lot of children here in our community, most of the children in foster care with families are under SNAP services. And just last week, the Biden administration had to renege on the benefits that they had allotted families during the pandemic. Pregnant mothers cannot afford their health care needs. There is a formula shortage. We do not have paid family care. And so the services that this community claims that are here are not here. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Jasmine. Stephanie Petrie and Dr. Jim Dorman.
Hello, good evening, City Council, Mayor Daggett. My name is Stephanie Petrie, and I'm a resident here of Flagstaff. I'm not part of a group or an organization. I'm a mom, and I've raised my son here. I do agree with my neighbors that this is a family-friendly environment, but I also want to state that both sides of the argument, and I am in favor of the resolution, and I encourage the passing of the resolution, that abortion is a reproductive health care that all women are guaranteed and should be guaranteed to have, and a choice of their own body. I also believe in basic human rights, in our right for clean water, shelter, food, and the basic human right for my body or any woman's body. And I believe in a basic human right that has its beginnings for people to have the right to say what is important for them. A woman's body is important. What she wants to do with her body is between her and her physician. A human basic right in abortion should be available to anyone. Reproductive health care should be available to all women. I do believe that this is a conversation for the City Council, and I encourage the passing of the resolution, and I'm happy to be here as a part of this conversation. I thank you all very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Dr. Jim Dorman.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I want to thank you for the service that you do. My name is Jim Dorman. I've lived in the community since 1984. My doctorate is in religious studies, so I don't want to appear that I come from the medical field, but I did spend 25 years in various positions of hospital board work, having chaired Flagstaff Medical Center Board and working on the Northern Arizona Healthcare Board. So there's a couple of things that I've set back that I just wanted to note. Yes, when we come together and we have resolutions, we were talking about values, and whatever resolutions are passed, those values become binding on us as citizens. Sometimes that's majority, sometimes that's minority. If this is passed, in which I'm in opposition to, I have to live in a community that states a value that I completely disagree with. So sometimes, people are concerned that the minority imposes values on the majority. That's how we feel also on the other side. The second thing is I've heard the foster care support. And just as a note, I work with a coalition of churches, and I also work with a coalition with individual churches that partner with AZ 127. This started in 2015 in Coconino County, and that we know of, there's been no need communicated by the state of Arizona through the foster care program that has not been met, having been presented, that's not supported by the state in the current foster care families. We have not achieved our goal to empty the foster care program, which is our ultimate goal in doing that, to be a part of it. So with that, let me just hit a couple of statements with the remaining time that I have. I've counseled many throughout the years on whether to end a life or to continue a life to term. And I can't tell you the number of times that I've worked with families that made their decisions, that look back over it, and we see their children and how things have turned out that they could not believe would have been a part of that. I've also counseled many women, and in doing that, I was very inexperienced at that, and I had a big learning curve. And contrary to the psychological studies that have been quoted, I found that many women will come and see me between 35 and 45 years of age, experiencing depression. We work with the medical community, make sure it's not clinical or medical in basis. And I found that there's two primary reasons. One is an unresolved decision regarding abortion or sexual abuse. My concern is that I keep hearing is that reproductive health care will not be met. My understanding is, even though I'm opposed to the concept, that the state of Arizona is already legally 14 weeks. And so we're not denying anyone that reproductive health care that they would like. And so with that, I stand in opposition. Thank you for your time.
I'm going to put out another call for Christina Blanchard and another call for Remy Ramirez. And we have some online commenters.
Mayor and Council, I have Christina Barkley. Christina, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, I appreciate your time. My name is Christina Barkley. I am a resident here in Flagstaff. I wanted to come and voice my opposition to this resolution as well. Since the City Council feels it's necessary to make a statement and adopt a resolution regarding the Dobbs versus Jackson Supreme Court decision, I also felt like it was equally important for me to speak up on behalf of Flagstaff residents who do not agree with this statement in the resolution. I also want to speak up on behalf of the most vulnerable in our city, as many, many, many have already done already, and those are the unborn babies, and they need and deserve our protection as well. While no one wants to limit women's access to health care, this access must not be in exchange for destroying human life. Additionally, the resolution speaks to the financial stability of women denied abortions. Are we really trying to argue here that we should support killing innocent lives to possibly keep a woman in a more financially stable position? Is that really a good use of an argument for this position? I don't think so. If we want to talk about financial security, we ought to talk about investing money in programs that tangibly benefit to educate and lift women up out of these circumstances. This is not a religious argument, in my view. This is a moral argument, one that we ought to take very seriously from a moral perspective. The final thing I do want to say, too, is that the term pregnant persons, quote unquote, which is the language that's used in this resolution, is personally an affront to women. This terminology is one of the latest buzz phrases purposefully used to virtue signal to an incredibly small minority of people. Every person on this planet knows the truth that a man is a man and a woman is a woman, and these are two distinct categories, and that men cannot get pregnant. Therefore, the use of the term pregnant persons only serves to purposefully promulgate confusion and to denigrate women. Those who use this term, including the City Council, seek to actively tear down the unique nature and purpose of women and to obscure fundamental truth. I believe it's shameful, and the use of this phrase when speaking about women and the miracle of pregnancy should be vehemently condemned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next online commenter.
Our next online commenter is Zoe. Zoe, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Thank you. I'm Zoe. Thank you for giving me the time to speak. I want to remind everyone that the American government has a separation of church and state. I think that should be included in your decision, no matter what your personal beliefs are. As a side note and history fact, conservative women were running pro-choice marches before 1976 when they wanted Democratic Catholics to vote for the Republican nominee and have been pro-life thereafter. Anyways, the UN says that forced pregnancy is a crime against humanity and has slammed the U.S. Supreme Court's decision overturning Roe v. Wade, saying it disproportionately affects racial and ethnic minorities from accessing safe abortion. Many human rights organizations, including Global Justice Center, Pregnancy Justice, National Birth Equity Collaborative, Amnesty International USA, Human Rights Watch, Physicians for Human Rights, and others have asked the UN to act on this crime against humanity. I think it's important that Flagstaff supports this resolution and continues to stay on the right side of history that fights for all human rights. As a Flagstaff resident, I moved here because of Flagstaff beliefs. I feel safer holding my girlfriend's hand in public here than I do in other Arizona cities. I'd feel less safe if this resolution was not supported by the mayor and council members, as will many other women and people who can get pregnant, or like Christina says, pregnant people. As a town with a college university, I think this resolution can impact future college students' decisions if they feel safe coming to NAU compared to the other two universities when the other two major cities have supported a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another commenter.
Our next commenter is Ben. Ben, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Yeah, good afternoon. My kids wanted to share something as they found out what has been allowed in our country for a number of years. And kids, what have you learned about that? What would you like to say?
You should never kill babies. Babies are children of God.
And you? What do you have to say, Emily?
You should always allow, if someone doesn't want their baby, they should just put it up for the orphanage so someone else can help that person, but they shouldn't just kill it, because every child is made in God's image, like you and me.
Yeah. And from way of own personal testimony, I come from a very far left background, and it was in 2013 when we were pregnant with our first child, and we were so excited, and we're looking at all the developments that were happening to our child. And I was walking into a Lowe's and had realized that we would be able to kill that child if we wanted to. And I was so crushed by that reality that I have spent years advocating for the unborn, and I would just implore you to please consider caring for our unborn neighbors and loving them well. And that's what I'd like to share, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do have one more commenter. We have Eric Nicholas. Eric, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Yes. I just wanted to say that I think that quite a few of the commenters here have said that the religious separation of church and state is somehow relevant here, but I just think that's kind of a ridiculous notion. It's actually rather condescending and insulting to assert that only religious people could possibly be against this. It's absolutely insane to think that people can't just look at this logically and think that you're not murdering people. And that's pretty much all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Any other commenters? Okay. Before we open it up to discussion among the council members, I just want to thank you all for taking the time to come out here, and thank you for speaking to us. As a couple of speakers mentioned, it is nerve-wracking to speak before council. I have many, many years of speaking before council, and I don't know that I ever became not nervous doing it. So thank you for sharing your thoughts, your perspectives, your experiences, and thank you for being respectful of each other so that we could have this conversation. Oh, we have another online commenter? Or was that from before?
I'm sorry, Mayor, that was from before.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Councilmember Matthews would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to echo what you said about just thanking everyone who showed up today and shared their views. This is, again, a very emotionally charged view. I don't think anyone's comments probably changed the other person's point of view on this. One thing that was said last time we discussed this was that it was important for us to let the community know that we hear them. And definitely tonight we had the other part of the community show up. And I heard some comments about, well, we shouldn't mix religion into this, but those are the points of view of our community members. And it's not that, I don't think that it was about, well, this is a religious thing or a God thing, so you need to be shamed into making a decision. This is my point, the people speaking, this is their beliefs, and they are part of the community. I was challenged in one of the hundreds of emails that we received on this to, they asked me, why don't you say whether you're pro-life or pro-choice? And you know, I disagree with that because one of our main responsibility is to represent the citizens of Flagstaff and not necessarily our points of view, although we are all human. And we're going to have different points of view and different things that we're passionate about. I heard a lot of comments tonight about, you know, please protect our right to choose. We're against bans on abortion. But the reality is, and I'll say it again, that in Arizona, abortion is allowed to 15 weeks. And I pulled up on the CDC. If you know me at all, you know I'm a researcher. And I pulled up on the CDC website, and over 98% of abortions performed in the United States last year were under 16 weeks. And also, in our recitals, there was something that was, I felt a little misleading, where it said that in our view, as a matter of policy, the narrow medical emergency exception in the Senate Bill 1164 does not adequately protect pregnant persons. So I looked up what that said, and it actually just says a physician can make a determination that a woman's life is in jeopardy or could be harmed, and in that regards can make a decision for an abortion past the 15-week gestation, and they just have to write a statement and turn it in. So a lot of the arguments tonight were, I felt a little misguided because they are already covered, and so we can argue pro-life, pro-abortion, but the fact remains that for the majority of 98, 99% of the people who seek abortion, they are already covered. It's not banned. I think when we got the petition last year, it was filed because we were still undecided or undetermined what law on the state books was going to go into effect. And at the time, there was an old law that was put on the books when we were still a territory that banned all abortion. And since then, that has been decided in the courts, and that law is not effective anymore. And so I was surprised that we were still talking about this. You know, I respect all of our citizens' decisions and their desires. Your abortion rights are covered. Whether I agree with them or not is irrelevant. And I think that just the showing tonight of the people that are opposed to a resolution and feeling offended and stating that they're going to lose trust in our local government because we're making such a political stance that doesn't have any legal standing. It just makes a divisive statement and will alienate a good portion. Whether it's a religious belief or not, it doesn't matter. There's people for abortion, there's people against abortion, and I think that this is a really good opportunity for us just not to make a stand and withdraw the resolution because we will only offend a big portion of our community. And it's not like, oh my gosh, you know, we've got to stand up for people's abortion rights because we have a complete ban. We don't have a complete ban. And so I would hope that our council will see that there is another part of our community besides the people that are for abortion, and that we just withdraw the resolution totally.
Thank you, Councilmember Matthews. Who would like to speak next? Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I've sat through a lot of testimony and I've been taking some notes. We got a lot of emails on this too, and on both sides of the issue. This meeting, probably most of the people were against the resolution. The meeting we had, when was it, 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago? I forget. 2 weeks ago, okay. Most of the people in that audience were strongly in support of the resolution. So as I noted 2 weeks ago, abortion is never an easy decision, and no one ever makes that decision lightly. Sometimes, unfortunately, an abortion makes sense for medical or other reasons. For instance, a 12-year-old girl can get pregnant before she even understands what's going on. If this were just about consenting adults, that would be a whole different thing. Do we think that a 12-year-old girl should be forced to have a child? I don't think so. Another reason is non-consensual sex. Sometimes things happen on dates where men or boys force themselves on women and they get pregnant. And I had another thought. Who makes the decision? So for the people that don't think an abortion should ever happen, admittedly, we have the 15-week ban, but just for the sake of discussion, for those that think that we should never allow abortion, I'll ask the question, who makes the decision? If some boy or man rapes a girl, are we going to allow him to make the decision that that child should, that woman or that girl should be forced to have that child. So for persons that are against abortion, I suggest that you don't have one. I respect your right to make that personal decision. It's not, as I said before, it's not a decision that should be made at the state legislature. One of the anti-abortion people tonight, I don't remember who it was, but it was tonight, said that there's differing opinions on this issue. Well, that's obvious. But one side, the people that say pro-choice, they're saying it shouldn't, I'm not going to make that decision for you. The other side is saying, I want to make that decision for you. So I am supportive of this resolution. And, you know, maybe the wording isn't exactly perfect, but and if I would probably add a couple little things. But basically, I'm in support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, and thank you so much to the public. I really want to authentically make it known that I very much appreciate the dialogue we've had tonight. I'm very proud of our process, of our country and our democracy for creating a safe, healthy place for us to have conversations like this, even if they can get heated and do get heated. It's just something that I really, really, really inherently, intrinsically value. And I appreciated hearing from all of you tonight. I appreciated hearing a fuller spectrum of philosophies and ideas and opinions. And I appreciated you personally coming up and sharing those thoughts. You know, we talked about this last week, and I mentioned, you know, what's the point of a resolution? Well, it creates space for this kind of conversation, for one. And that's one reason why I'm in favor of it. And at the same time, I do want to apologize if anyone felt a lack of individual, undivided attention from me throughout the evening. I could go into that a little bit. What I will say is that I realize the impact that my wandering ways might have on people, but please do know that I was listening. And in fact, you know, there's a lot going on this computer screen, but mostly it's just the live stream and the resolution, looking back and forth at that, and taking notes and articulating my thoughts onto paper. This is something I do all the time. If I had my way, I'd be up here with a Rubik's Cube the entire evening, just as, I mean, that's how I process things and how I pay attention. But I apologize if the impact of that was that you weren't being respected or felt like you weren't being heard. You know, I will add to that, you know, I do feel like we had to sit through a lot of comments tonight about baby killing, and I felt personally that my character was being impugned and attacked, and I feel that sense of aggression towards my colleagues up here at the dais. And so I know that I was elected to represent you and to listen to you. I do. I was here this whole time. I listened to every word you had to say. But I do reserve the right to maintain eye contact or not when I'm feeling personally attacked and provoked. So beyond that, with that out of the way, I just have a couple comments I want to make, because I did speak at length 2 weeks ago about this. And I would deeply hope that anyone who's interested in my actual philosophies and opinions and very complicated, nuanced feelings about this matter would go back and look at that video. Because I don't think you understand where I'm coming from when I reluctantly support a resolution like this. And I would appreciate it if you would take the time to do so. I do not want to repeat all those things tonight. They've been said, they're on the record, and I encourage you to do your research and look it up. But I really do feel the nuance to this. Someone mentioned my Catholic background. I don't know why that was, again, personally invoked and brought up. I would have preferred that the inquisitiveness of my position on this matter and this resolution, while also being Catholic, could have been a question that was personally asked of me, and that it was a dialogue we could have entered into, and we could have had a respectful, mutual understanding of where things are coming at, and that wasn't used as a rhetorical device to make me feel attacked and uncomfortable up here. But as we all know, when we get elected to office, we don't stumble into this role. We choose to be here, and I was happy to sit here and be involved and affected by this conversation throughout the evening. I do support the resolution. I will support it as is. I don't think there's much more we can do, but I do think that this process and this conversation has been valuable, and I do think that it is here, in this space, where we can make true progress on intractable issues that get messy and very, very deleterious and violent at the national level. So I appreciate you all being out, coming out, having this conversation. I deeply appreciate some of the more thoughtful dissents or differences of opinion that people brought up. Again, my own position on this is very complicated and very nuanced and has evolved over the years based off of my own personal experience and stories. And I do think that this is something that is within the council's purview to facilitate a conversation like this and to make it known to the state where we stand as a council body with respect to our collective majority opinion on matters of interest at the state level that are happening here locally. I'll end by saying, you know, while we do have a 15-week ban right now, I think part of what was motivating this conversation from folks who wanted to hear from their council and their police department that they're protected is that could change. It could absolutely very well change. We need to make sure that our resources are being directed wisely, regardless of what the state legislature has passed into law at any particular time. And finally, as a total aside, there was a little bit going back and forth, Mr. Shimoni and Mark mentioning how you liked when we met at 4 o'clock and 6 p.m. instead. I'll just note it's almost 8 o'clock right now. If we had started this meeting at 6 p.m., it would be 11 p.m. right now. And I don't know that anybody who would have missed work at 3 p.m. didn't get a chance to come into City Hall and have this conversation right now. So I do believe the way the system we have set up at this current time does work, and there are matters that are important to the public where we will slate it not to begin before a certain time frame on the agenda to allow for that additional public participation. Just wanted to tie up that loose end and make that observation. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by saying thank you to everyone that came out and spoke tonight, and also to everyone that took the time to write to council. Over the course of last week and this weekend, I spent numerous hours responding to many of you and engaging in conversations that I believe were very meaningful and sharing the heartfelt message that I heard every single story that was shared with me. I appreciated every single perspective that was shared. I think ultimately the key word for me in this conversation is nuanced. It is not a one-size-fits-all conversation. There is not a one perspective fits all who are engaging in this conversation. I think when it comes to each of our perspectives on this council, there is also a lot of nuance to where we each stand on this particular topic and the ways in which that may and may not play into our votes on this resolution. One of the main conversations that I had with many community members was the question of what does this resolution do? And the simple answer is that a resolution states an opinion of us as a council body. I do not feel that it is overstepping our bounds as council to do that. I do believe that as we are being presented with this conversation, it is part of our role to engage in that and share that opinion and have these sorts of conversations, as difficult and as challenging and as nuanced as they may be. So with that said, I do, again, thank everyone that spoke this evening. I continue to support moving forward with this resolution, but I do not want it to be unheard or unseen that despite that personal stance from me, that does not mean that I did not hear the conversation. It does not mean that I did not hear your stories and your perspectives. I think it's also important to note that it does not mean that I believe in the murder of children. I found that a very problematic statement that was made at different points in this conversation. And I would simply remind folks that we are hearing multiple stories this evening. We have not heard every story. There are many stories that I think resonate and come forward from this dais that have not been heard and that will not be stated because again, I personally don't think that it's necessary for me to go into my whole story and background. However, I will just state that as I stated last week or 2 weeks ago, that these are conversations that are felt in the heart of everyone. Particularly, I'll just speak for myself, that I feel it very deeply personally. And I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember House. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to thank all of you for speaking tonight, taking your time out to email us, call in. I was attempting to email all of you back, and late yesterday I just lost track, and I apologize, but I read all of it, and I did hear you. Thank you for telling your stories. To my fellow colleagues, were your stories last week and this week, reminding us to help each other. For those of you who spoke on diversity, reminding us to show respect and allowing us to all not sweep this topic underneath the rug. This was a great conversation tonight. It made me pause and think, and I just want you to know that I did hear every word that was spoken tonight. With that being said, I do want to state boldly that I still do support this resolution moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Councilmember Harris.
I want to add my thanks to those of my other council members for all your thoughtful emails and for taking the time. You know, it took you some time to write, and so we do appreciate that. I read every one of those emails. Some of them later at night than probably I should have been reading them, but I did. And I appreciate people sharing their stories. That's important. Keep in mind that we have had many, many courageous conversations in this country over a lot of years. This is not going to be the last one that we have. The only way that we're going to move our community and our country forward is that if we're not afraid to have these conversations. It does not mean that we're all going to agree, but it means that we have to at least be willing to talk about it and to hear about the other person, hear the other person's experience and belief. I try not to ever speak for any other group or any other person other than myself. And so I would encourage us that when we're having these conversations, that we ought to be really respectful of other ethnicities and letting them speak for themselves. But it's helpful to be supportive and to be encouraging when these topics come up to other groups, and encouraging them to voice their opinion on this. I am in support of this resolution because I do believe that we have the right to disagree with our legislators, and this is the appropriate way to do it. We get to tell them when we don't like something. And just because we got elected to the position or decided to run or whatever, it does not mean that we give up our right or our feelings just because we sit in these seats. At least I don't think that I gave up that right when I sat in this seat. But I do think that I owe it to the people who voted for me and those who didn't vote for me to hear what you have to say and then make the decision that I think is best. And in this particular case right now, I'm supporting this resolution. And thank you all so much for staying and for spending Tuesday evening with us. We really enjoy it because sometimes we're here by ourselves. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. I just have a couple of things to say, and one is I heard a couple of people talk about disrespecting, and my thinking and position on this, I mean no disrespect to anyone, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I take the democratic process very seriously, and I just want you to know that no disrespect has been meant. I also recognize that I have never made a vote that was supported by every resident of Flagstaff. It's impossible. I want everyone to know that whether it's this issue or the next issue that comes along, we can disagree, and I bear you no ill will. And I would hope that the same could come back at me if we are in disagreement. And I think that my colleagues, each one of you has been so eloquent. Speakers were eloquent. I'm appreciative, again, of your time, and I am also still in support of this resolution. So, are there other...
I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Well, I need to make the motion first.
Read resolution.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to move that we read resolution number 2023-12 by title only.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council declaring council's opposition to the United States Supreme Court decision in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, opposing Arizona Revised Statute Section 36-2321 through 2326, and other provisions of Arizona law criminalizing abortion, and supporting the constitutional rights of pregnant persons, including their access to reproductive health care and abortions.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to adopt?
So move.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Moving down to item number 11, which is another round of public participation. This is for anyone who has a comment about something that is not on the agenda.
Mayor, I do not have any requests for public comment.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, we still have a little bit of our meeting left, so if you could take conversations outside so we could finish, that would be wonderful. Thank you. There's no public participation, so. All right, moving on to item number 12, informational items to from Mayor. To from Mayor, Council, and staff, and future agenda item requests. Let's start with Vice Mayor.
Madam Mayor, nothing tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris.
I have nothing at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to recognize Flagstaff Ladies Eagle basketball team who won the 4A state championship, and their head coach, Tyrone Johnson. Congratulations. That was quite a victory, and I just wanted to recognize them. And then secondly, through email conversations, I was happy to learn from Dan and Nicole that the ADU conversation where the city's coming up with a set of plans to make it less expensive to add housing to our stock with the requirement that it has to be long-term housing for the first couple of years is now moving forward. It kind of got stuck, and they hope to have that to council by the fall. So I was very happy to hear about housing.
Thank you for bringing that up, and thank you for the recognition of our Lady Eagles. Councilmember House.
Let me see. First of all, and I think all of these were mentioned earlier in actually one of the public comments, but today is Holi, so happy Holi to all who celebrate. Last evening and today and tonight are Purim, so happy Purim to all who celebrate. And tomorrow is International Women's Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Nothing tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I have a question for the city manager. We had several people mention that the window of opportunity for making comments to the Rio de Flag environmental statement was too short. I don't know when that came out. So, I mean, if it's been out for a month or so, maybe there has been enough time. But if it just was put out and real quickly, you know, so if there has not been adequate time for people to respond, then I would maybe suggest we do ask for another month for a respond period. Seems to be some public interest in that. Do you have any thoughts on that, Mr. Clifton?
Thank you. I don't have enough information on when the environmental assessment came out. I'm glad to look at it and find out. I know that there's a very rapidly approaching timeline on this project, but I think your comments are well stated, and I'm glad to look into it.
Okay, if you'd look into it, I'd appreciate it. I admit that I don't know the details either, and I also realize that we need to get that project going, and I'm very respectful of that also. So maybe if you could get back to council with just a quick little memo, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. I have nothing to add. City Manager? Thank you. We are adjourned.
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Tech Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination. The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the tourism department manages the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here. The tourism department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles, and you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country. From the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall, it's like journeying into an enchanted world. The dreamlike mountain vistas of color and beauty are an inspiration to everyone who passes through here. Snow blankets the peaks in wintertime, drawing avid skiers and snowboarders to the Snow Bowl Lodge, where they gear up and ride the ski lift to the highest point in Arizona. Flagstaff is where adventure is every day, where the seasons are how we imagine them, and the people are who we want to meet, and where the freedom of the American West comes alive. Flagstaff is your destination for all seasons.
For those who are ready to take their next big step, those eager to push past their limits and develop new strengths, come to NAU. You'll find opportunity in every direction. And with an entire institution in your corner, you'll be ready to take on every bit of it. Choose NAU. Choose you.
Kick the dust off your back, don't look back. Give all the dollars you know a fake heart attack. 'Cause you were made for this. You can feel it inside your bones. You were made for this, and it's time you let the world know who you are, what you know. It's happening right now, so run, it's a new day. Run, it's time
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%.